Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the City Council meeting for the afternoon of June 20th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez.
Present.
Torres.
Present.
Cohen. Here. Ortiz.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Dwan.
Present.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Batra.
Present.
Kamei.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, now if you are able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's invocation will be from Father Lawrence Namato of the Assyrian Church of the East, and Councilmember Davis will now tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor has said, today we have Father Lawrence Namato joining us from the Assyrian Church of the East, Mar Yosip Parish. In 1965, there were only 10 Assyrian families here in San Jose, and the closest Assyrian churches were in San Francisco and Turlock. To make services more available and closer to home, 7 Assyrian families began hosting fundraisers in 1976. And after 12 years of raising money, they were able to purchase and remodel the property on Minnesota Avenue that we know today as the Church of Mar Yosip Parish. District 6 is proud to have you call one of our streets home. And for everyone else, this is a reminder to please come out and enjoy the annual Assyrian Food Festival that the church will be hosting this summer on Saturday and Sunday, August 19th and 20th. From 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., you can experience authentic Assyrian food, live music, and dancing. And you can learn more by visiting AssyrianFoodFestival.org. It is a really fun and very tasty event. Father Namato, thank you for conducting our invocation today.
Shemid Baba Bruna Roch Kochal Almin. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. O Father of mercies and God of all consolation, we come to you at this hour asking you to bless our civil servants as they labor for our city and its citizens. Grant them your wisdom and enlighten them with your truth, that they might serve a greater good of the city in which we live and work. Strengthen them to be instruments of peace and justice in our society today. May they bring about reconciliation and hope in our communities and neighborhoods, and may they be exemplary citizens and servants of their constituents without distinction of race or creed. Father, we ask you to bless our land, which has been a beacon of hope and a refuge for the oppressed and the marginalized. Grant freedom to the captive, relief to the suffering, and help us all construct a better and safer tomorrow for our future generations of Americans. We further pray for our city, San Jose. May we all give you praise and glory for your continued goodness toward us all, now, always, and forever and ever. Amen. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Great to have you here. Thanks, Councilmember Davis. We are on to ceremonial items. Councilmember Davis, if you'd join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim July as Parks and Rec Month. Also, as we head down there, as I understand it, it's somebody's birthday today. Olympia, is this your birthday? Happy birthday.
Good afternoon. Our city has 9 regional parks, 207 neighborhood parks, 290 playgrounds, 48 community centers, almost 61 miles of trail, and many, many community programs that the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department manages. Today, we are proclaiming this July as Parks and Recreation Month to celebrate and recognize all the spaces and programs our hardworking Parks and Rec Department staff manage. And everybody knows, I think, that Parks and Rec manages Happy Hollow Park and Zoo, right? That's why we have our special guest, Danny the Dragon, here today. Our city parks positively impact our health and well-being by providing spaces to relax, socialize, play, and explore. And our park staff work tirelessly to create and run community programs that keep the minds and bodies of all residents of all ages active through arts and crafts, dance classes, and fitness. This summer, I encourage you to utilize a park near you and attend one of the many events hosted by PRNS, like Make Music San Jose this Wednesday, June 21st at Arena Green Park from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is in partnership with our Office of Cultural Affairs. Or you can take an older loved one to the Senior Safari at Happy Hollow Park and Zoo on June 22nd or July 27th, or both. The Parks Department will also be hosting Viva Parks Movie Night at Cahill Park on July 27th. And I know they have many Viva Parks events throughout the city as well throughout the summer. For more events, summer camps, and resources, please visit the San Jose City Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services website. Now I would like to introduce the PRNS Director, John Cicerelli. John leads the department with dedication, innovation, and resiliency. John and all the city park staff, thank you for all you do to maintain and activate our parks and recreation spaces. And more importantly, thank you for creating fun for our residents. John?
Thank you, everybody. As the council member mentioned, we have lots of fun events going on this summer. You know, our vision is healthy communities that inspire belonging. And the theme of this year's Park and Rec Month is where community grows. So it works perfectly with the kind of things we do. We're going to show you a quick video to show you where that community grows in our city, if you can cue that up. And while you're doing that, I just want you to know that all the folks behind me represent the 5 different divisions we have in our department. It's a very big department doing all kinds of things from A to Z, as we like to say. So with that, here's a quick, short, slightly more than 1 minute video. I'd like to thank the mayor and, of course, Councilmember Davis for helping us with this proclamation, but also the entire city council. They're all very supportive of all the parks and the programs that we provide for the community. We got thousands of kids out there with us right now as we speak in summer camps. But most importantly, I want to thank the staff, the people who do this for the community day in and day out, and their dedication. Thanks.
Councilmember Torres, come on down and we will recognize Juanita Morales Uresti. All right, do you all want to? Awesome, go ahead.
Right, I have to follow Danny the Dragon. Great. It's my luck. I'm also going to invite down Councilmember Candelas, Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Jimenez, and Vice Mayor Kameh. And of course, all my colleagues who want to recognize this amazing leader in our community. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to recognize an extraordinary individual who has dedicated an incredible 22 years of her life improving the conditions of abused children, teenagers, and veterans suffering from PTSD. Ms. Juanita Morales Uresti. Juanita's journey began in her native state of Texas, where she embarked on her early career as a clinical social worker at the Amarillo VA Medical Center. There, she compassionately worked with combat veterans in the mental health clinic, providing them with the care and support they so desperately needed. Juanita's commitment extended beyond language barriers. She conducted therapy sessions in both English and Spanish, ensuring that no veteran was left unheard or unsupported. But Juanita's passion for helping those in need did not stop at veterans. She worked tirelessly with the Texas court system as a forensic interviewer, assisting sexually, emotionally, and physically abused children. Her dedication and empathy also extended to inmates suffering from PTSD and drug and alcohol problems. Juanita's commitment to the well-being of these vulnerable individuals is a testament to her compassionate nature and unwavering determination. Round of applause, please. In October of 2005, Juanita joined the San Jose Vet Center, assuming the role of director and becoming a crucial part of the center's daily operations. Under her leadership, the center provided job opportunities, housing services, and comprehensive health and education services to veterans in need. Her work and the people she inspired were instrumental in the San Jose Vet Center being recognized as the #1 vet center in the entire country in 2020. Today, we not only celebrate Juanita's outstanding service to our country, but also acknowledge her inspiring journey, becoming a role model for young women in San Jose. Her dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to improving the lives of others are qualities that we deserve, that deserve our utmost admiration and respect. Juanita, on behalf of our grateful community, congratulations to an exceptional 22 years of service. Your selfless service and tireless efforts have touched the lives of many, leaving a lasting impact on our community. We honor you today and always. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. I do have a few words that I'd like to say. And I am just so moved. Mr. Torres, thank you. Serving the military veterans, that is our unity of purpose at the San Jose Vet Center. Serving veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, due to war zone traumas and our military sexual traumas. For this reason, unity of purpose at the San Jose Vet Center, our mission is to help each and every veteran, male or female, that enters through our doors. I could not have done it on my own. It took a team with the same unity of purpose that continues serving our veterans in the community today. Mr. Daniel Boitano, my lead counselor, he is a U.S. Navy combat veteran. Mr. Robert Peña, United States Air Force combat veteran. Dave Sandoval, U.S. Navy combat veteran, and Corey Cochran, U.S. Marine. I thank each and every one of you. I couldn't have made it without you. All military, every one of my staff was the backbone to the San Jose Vet Center. I couldn't have done it alone. There is no way that one person, it takes a team. In addition, the Santa Clara County Veterans Service staff, including Lisa Moreno and Richard Vega, are instrumental in referring veterans to the San Jose Vet Center for assessment and treatment of PTSD. I am so fortunate in so many ways, for were it not for the Veterans Affairs healthcare system, our volunteers, our staff, and the Santa Clara community members, including Miguel Castelo, Vietnam combat veteran, Agustin Lerma, Korean war veteran, Michael Gomez, Vietnam combat veteran, and Alberto Carrillo Sr., Korean War combat veteran, for being supportive and serving on the San Jose Advisory Council since my posting as executive director at the San Jose Vet Center. They provided logistics, guidance, and support to our veterans during our resource fair events. And Mayor, the City Council also provided us with tremendous support and funding, and for that I thank you. I give my thanks to all of you, for we are here as servants. We are here to provide counseling services at no cost, because we know what war does to our military families, not just to the veterans, but extended to the families. War is hell, stated General Sherman, but the hell of war need not continue in our veterans' lives today. The San Jose Vet Center continues serving the veterans, keeping the promise to all Vietnam veterans that seek our services. For our unity of purpose continues in serving the men and women that have served our nation. God bless America. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. And then the mayor is going to provide you a beautiful commendation. Oh, okay, yes, yes.
One of my Vietnam combat veterans.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, and finally, last but not least, Councilmember Foley will be helping us recognize the San Jose Pickleball Club. If you all want to come on down, Councilmember.
This is great. What a great day to honor the San Jose Pickleball Club on the same day that we acknowledge our Parks and Rec Department and all of our parks. Although I have to say, John Cicerelli, next time you need pickleballers in that video. Don't you agree? You noticed there were no pickleballers. I did because I have pickleballers in the audience, you know? So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our city council meeting. I represent District 9, which includes the neighborhoods of Cambrian Park, Robertsville, and South Willow Glen. I'm excited to round out today's ceremonials with a bit of fun as we recognize the San Jose Pickleball Club. This is just a small number of them. They have over 2,400 members that can be found at public courts all around the area, but I'm going to tell you who has the most pickleball courts in a minute. For those of you who are not familiar with the sport, pickleball is a cross between ping pong, badminton, and tennis, and has been ranked as the fastest growing sport in America for the 3rd year running. District 9 has become somewhat of a hub for many of our community members who enjoy pickleball, and I think D9 has the most courts of all the city council districts. I am all in for pickleball. To brag about a bit, District 9 has a total of 23 courts and one lighted that they're really excited about. And we'll soon see the addition of 3 more dedicated courts at De Anza Park, so that brings us up to 26 parks. I challenge my council colleagues to build pickleball courts in your district. The San Jose Pickleball Club is a social club based in San Jose that has promoted good sportsmanship and camaraderie regardless of age, ability, gender, race, and ethnicity. The San Jose Pickleball Club utilizes the sport of pickleball to create a welcoming space that fosters new connections and relationships for the collective good of our community. The spaces they've formed in our community expand further than just the sport of pickleball, with inviting experiences for all by hosting events like potlucks and both beginner and advanced nights. And I'll tell you, they really do embrace beginners because they've given me a few lessons. My own experience with their members has been nothing short of positive, welcoming environment they provide in the community. When I joined the grand opening of the pickleball courts at Lone Hill Park, my own doubles partner, Bill, took the time to give me the lowdown on all of the rules and terms of pickleball so I wouldn't look as much like a rookie. I may have known the rules, but I'm sure I looked like a rookie. It was here that I learned new meanings for terms like kitchen and dink. Through pickleball clinics, fundraisers, and events, they demonstrate the power of sports to bring people together, uplift communities, and promote goodwill throughout the greater San Jose area. Mayor, please present this recognition to Kenji Miwa, president of the San Jose Pickleball Club, who will accept this commendation and say a few words.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenji Miwa. I'm a founding member of the San Jose Pickleball Club. I'd like to thank Councilmember Pam Foley for officially recognizing the club for its contributions and for her continued support of pickleball in her district. From Parks and Rec, I'd like to thank Steve Ryan, Jeff Gomez, Manny Cota, and many others who do the work behind the scenes to add more courts to San Jose. I'd also like to thank all of the current and past board members who have volunteered their time to foster the community. Ron Bueno, Thomas Nguyen, Lisa Trumpler, Viet Vu, Rachel Campignolo, Robert Rothrock, Manar Ahmad, Shri Vadakapat, Kanfo, Chris Roth, Sharon Miller Doherty, and of course, my wife, Kate Law, who has done a lot of hands-on work behind the scenes to make things happen. There are many other members of the community who've done things like repair nets, create benches, cleaned up the trash and debris on the courts, and constructed paddle holders, like Ron Bueno, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. I also want to mention Steve Sutton, who's been a longtime pickleball mentor of mine. He's been championing the sport in the Bay Area long before the club ever existed. The San Jose Pickleball Club is a 501c7 nonprofit founded in early 2021. We now have about 600 dues-paying members, 2,400 face group members, and many, many location-based WhatsApp groups. We provided the community with free nets at Palmore Park, Canoas Park, and Edenvale Park. We've distributed thousands of balls, hosted tournaments, clinics, and fundraisers. Recently, we added 4 overlays at Edenvale Park, and I have to thank Councilmember Sergio Jimenez, Helen Chapman from his staff, and Manny Cota from Parks and Rec, who I worked with closely to make this happen. One thing is clear, is that people love pickleball. It's here to stay, and it's showing no signs of stopping. So my one message for you all here today is that San Jose needs more dedicated pickleball courts. The more in one location, the better. I know there are many top priorities competing for budget dollars, but the relatively small investment in pickleball will yield better park usage, bring communities together, and produce better health outcomes for our citizens. Pickleball gets people outside, moving, socializing face-to-face, and simply just having fun. So I invite all of you to come try out pickleball for yourself and see why it's such a fast-growing sport. You can find a list of court locations on our website at sanjosepickleballclub.org. And so on behalf of all the San Jose Pickleball Club, we thank you all for this commendation and hope to see you out in the courts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Those were some great ceremonial items. We are on to orders of the day, and I believe we have a new consent item, item 2.38, which is the VIBA Advisory Committee appointment, and that's to ensure that the committee has its 4-person required quorum in person to renew their insurance policy, which expires at the end of the month. This is being added under orders of the day, which requires a 2/3 vote approval. And then once it's added, we'll just treat it as a regular item. So I'd love to entertain a motion. Before we take a motion, though, does anyone else have any other changes to the printed agenda? I believe the administration is also requesting that we defer item 2.15 as well to gather some more information before coming back to council. Any other changes?
Are you at this moment should I tell you if I want to pull a different item?
If you
think it's appropriate now?
well, are there any change? This is not pulling from
Right,
consent.
okay.
Yeah. Any other adds or removals from the agenda? So
I'll move approval of the agenda with the addition and the removal of item 2.15.
great.
Second.
Perfect. Okay. Do we have public comment?
Paul, followed by Blair.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I really would have liked to, I thought it a generous gesture to invest $200,000 in the first Church of Christ Science downtown. That building has been neglected for like far, far too long. And it's a beautiful, beautiful representation of the architecture of that time. I know PAC-SJ is working diligently on doing what they can. And I was encouraged when I saw the $200,000 grant allocation. It's important to it's important to invest monies in these architectural pieces because they tell a story. And that story is the identity of this city. I would hope that in the future that we could also finance and expand on the definition of historical preservation work. That historical preservation work is not necessarily preserving a particular architecture. It's also preserving the history and the people, the stories of the people in the places and spaces where that history was made. Example, say for example, the CSO office of Fred Ross. That is a perfect example of that these places and spaces need to be preserved. They're very humble. They're very humble. You know, we didn't have the means to invest in the architecture as obviously the First Church of Christ Science is. But I hope that you reconsider that $200,000 allocation. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, thanks a lot. Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for the words of Paul Soto for this item. I wanted to quickly comment. Thank you for offering public comment on orders of the day items and how to talk about agenda items if we so wish. I hope you can offer the same public comment time for the future of the city manager's report and closed session items in the future. Good luck in working towards open public comment efforts. Thanks.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I don't see any hands. Let's vote on the orders of the day.
Motion passes 10-0 with Batra absent.
Okay, thank you. We're on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have one thing to report out of closed session today. We received authority to file a lawsuit. When that lawsuit is filed, it'll be made available publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Okay, we're on to item 3.3, which is the approval of various budget actions for fiscal year 20.
Mayor, did the consent?
We have a couple items that were noticed right before consent, and then we're coming to consent. Yeah, so we are on item 3.3, and that is for actions related to fiscal year 22-23. Oh, sorry, please.
I was just going to move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Great. Okay, do we have any public comment?
Blair, followed by Paul.
Hi, I was going to offer, Blair Beekman here. I was going to offer public comment. I was waiting for consent calendar. But if this is to talk about FY 22-23 budget issues, I don't know. Just good luck on working on these issues. And to note that items from our third quarter of FY 23 of this year, for the third quarter of FY 23 can play an important role in the future of FY 23 budgeting. Just thought I'd mention that. Thanks.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I have two items. Number one is that $80 million was transferred from a fund that was designated to alleviate the consequences, economic, rent, whatever it was, to the communities that suffered during COVID. $80 million. What the city did is they said, oh, well, you know what? We're just going to give that to the cops because it's just easier to do that. Now, this is the population that suffered the most COVID deaths and the most COVID infections. And the reason for that was that they were out in the workforce at the construction sites, loading the docks, loading the trucks, loading the stores, making sure that everybody else was fed. So you can't get any more callous, heartless, and ruthless when you took that money from my people that deservedly earned that money. and gave it to the police department. Secondly, I'd like that to be a topic of discussion. Number two is that you gave 30% of Measure E funds that was designated for extremely low income, 30%. And then you gave that to West San Carlos. West San Carlos doesn't qualify for that. And then you try to legitimize it by, oh, well, it's a daycare center. Well, who's going to say anything about that? I am. I'm going to say something about it because that was wrong and that was foul. You don't take from extremely low income to give to an affordable income.
Back to council.
I just want to be very clear on the record that on the ARP funding, that was the city did make an accounting move to allocate ARP dollars to the police budget and then debited the exact same amount to go to funding those programs. So there was no net change in the funding to the police department. Councilmember Davis, I don't know if you want to add any context, but okay, great. Just want to be really clear about that. Because that's come up a few times in the last few weeks. And that was to make sure that those dollars were protected and could, in fact, be kept for the use in the programs we all intended, because there were concerns about the federal government potentially clawing back some of those dollars. Okay, back to the council. I do not see any hands up, so why don't we vote on 3.3?
Give me a second. I'm going to pick a because the other ones aren't working. So this, it says 2.32, but it's 3.3.
Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then item 3.4 is also to be heard immediately before consent. This is the adoption of the annual appropriation ordinance and annual funding sources resolution for the fiscal year 23-24. And there's no presentation. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Caller 5434, followed by Blair.
Hi, this is Roxanne. Say her name, Natalia Lopez. Once again, I'm asking this council to stop your blatant transphobia towards my community. When you refuse to hire us, appoint us, or allow us a seat at the table, then your departments follow your lead and discriminate against us, like the library, the police department, and Park and Rec senior meal programs. Just like several of you on council, those departments deem us unworthy to return our calls. Most of this council was at the Juneteenth stage. None of you, not one of you, stood up for the trans community or offered a moment of remembrance. Say her name, Natalia Lopez, Black trans woman from San Jose, murdered. When you discriminate against us at the highest level, my community pays the literal price for that. It's time to stop, and it's despicable.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. A few clarifications, boy. Thank you very much for Mayor Mahan and his explanation about how funding for ARPA was used. That is very much different than how I was talking about it, how we could be talking about it. And just of a storage of funds. Money was put in and then taken out. And that's a different set of questions that I have not better addressed. And boy, good luck in such a question. Obviously, I still have reservations about police department use, but it is a different question now. And sorry for any confusion on my part. And to speak out really quickly on one more item of confusion, when I just mentioned quarter reports for the third quarter can relate to FY24 budgets as well as FY23. But third quarter reports always can be an important part of FY24 budgets. An item I was talking about at PISPIS last week, just thought I'd mention it this time. Thanks.
Paul?
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. There was a reason why racial equity was to be instituted as a policy. And that is that this city owes, and I mean that in a very literal sense, it owes for the generational impacts of racist policies. They were economic, they were political, they were social, they were generational, they were had to do with public health. You know, so there wasn't any facet of the existence of the Chicano community that was not impacted by racist policies. Now, what racial equity would do and be helpful in is that budgets are kind of like values. They where you're putting your money, that is what we value as a city. And so when you're putting monies in different areas and you're neglecting that guiding principle that you guys espoused and that I pushed on and that I changed, I didn't accept that definition. That definition had to get sent back 3 times. And the one that you're working with now is still an aspiration. It's not a definition. You have to either we're going to institute racial equity as a policy position, and it's going to be used as a metric when you're measuring budget allocations, or it's not. Then just leave it alone. Just say, you know what, we're going to stay as racist as we can be, and the budgets are going to reflect that. But if you're going to start saying racial equity and using those principles, and then you're not instituting them in these budget allocations, then you're lying. Now you're conning us. That's the difference.
Back to council.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote on item 3.4.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Okay, thank you. We are on to the consent calendar. I need to recuse myself from voting on item 2.25, which is an agreement with the Cristo Rey San Jose Work Study Program. So I just ask that council deliberate and vote on that item first so I can rejoin for the remainder of the consent calendar. Are there other items that council would like to pull from consent today? Councilor Batra?
Mayor, I need to recluse myself for the AT&T activity whenever that is on there.
Okay. So we'll pull that item as well and vote separately. What's the number? I don't have it in front of me. 2.19? Okay. Any other items, Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 2.23.
2.23. Okay. And not seeing any other hands, any other items? Okay, so I'm gonna
Is 2.23 pulled for further separate discussion or just comment and to be included with the entire consent?
Do you want to vote on it separately?
I just have a comment.
Just
so
a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. But the first 2 items, 2.25 and 2.19, need to be voted on separately.
Yep.
With council members Batra and myself recusing respectively. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Vice Mayor Kamei for item 2.25.
Is there public comment on 2.25?
Blair, followed by Paul.
Blair Beekman here. Can you talk to Paul first and come back to me?
No.
No. Oh, well, okay. I will then pass on this item. Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, Tony, is this for 2.25 specifically?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The mayor respectfully needs to state on the record the point of what the conflict of interest is, just so that it's on the record that we know what that is, so that we know what it looks like. We need to know those relationships. And so I would ask if if Vice Mayor could please request of the mayor that he state on the record the point of conflict. This program, I would hope that, like, why is it so exclusive? You know, the exclusivity of programs like this, they actually need to be expanded, which I'll reference back to my earlier comment with respect to racial equity. You see, we need to start institutionalizing these types of work study programs. I mean, this is Cristo Rey. This is a Catholic school, a grounded, rooted Catholic school. These kids are going to get a quality education, and they're going to have an advantage over other kids. And there's something just not quite. There's something not quite just about them. You know, why are we having these disparities in education? We're resourcing certain areas of our city, and certain areas we're not. And I would hate to think that the determining factor is Catholicism or the Jesuits. You know, I would hate to think that it's just that. You know, I think these work study programs are excellent. We need more of them. But those are the questions that I have and the concerns. And
Back to council.
Thank you. I didn't see. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. Glad it was pulled. I didn't need to pull it, but you know, when I saw this item, it actually took me back to a conversation and to the previous item that was before us when Mayor Liccardo was here. And I remember when I saw that item related to Cristo Rey, I reached out to, because I thought it was a good idea. I think work study programs obviously are a good idea. Cristo Rey is a great school. Kids there, I know they come from disadvantaged backgrounds. They get a lot of opportunities there, which I think is wonderful. But I did reach out to at that time, this is a few years ago, the East Side Union High School District Superintendent, asking him if he was aware of these opportunities. And he expressed that he wasn't aware of these opportunities. And so when I saw this come through, and I think there was an RFP that was released, I think several people downloaded the application, but in the end, there was only one applicant. And I guess my underlying concern with this, and I don't know who would answer the question, I think Jennifer Chambry, it's your name on the memo. But I'm just concerned about the true sort of competitive nature of this RFP. That's really what it comes down to in my mind, and I'm trying to understand sort of the efforts, because I think it was said as an example, the staff conducted outreach via email to 72 schools and school districts. I guess I'd be curious if that was just, you know, because we send emails out to thousands of residents by one fell swoop, one click of the mouse, if you will. I'm wondering if there was any other like purposeful outreach, like Superintendent X or Y, we have this open, you may want to apply. And so I'm just curious about that.
I can start, and then Kelly can jump in. Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. A lot of outreach was done by Kelly, is also actually the City Manager's office, so we followed up with Chris Funk and a number of superintendents personally. I think it is hard for a lot of public school districts to apply for something like this because they don't have existing programs or work study programs, and in some ways are actually quite prohibited from what their charter is in doing something like this. So they would be asking the city to stand up quite a bit of resources to manage a program like this, one that which we don't really have capacity for, whereas Cristo Rey and a few charter schools are starting to get into this space and really kind of serve this niche. But I'll let Kelly jump in on more specifics.
I think you answered the question for me, please.
I can add just a couple of things because we were well aware of the conversation from the last time that this was done. And so this is the first time, by the way, I'm Kelly Parmley, Assistant Director for HR Council. Thank you. And it came to HR this year as part of our portfolio of work and pipeline activity, right? And so we want to make sure that we're reaching the high school space for all the reasons that Lee Wilcox mentions here. It's a very specific area. Work study is actually something that they have a very special privilege through the federal government to be able to offer these programs where students can come on site during the school day as part of their academic credit. So we want to make sure that we can continue that work while we also are building other opportunities, mostly in the summer space, to be able to spend time with high school students. It's really hard for a district to let students go during the school day to be able to be on site and still maintain that academic credit that they need, whether they're in career and technical education programs or whether they're in regular academic programs in the school. So it's our way to create a menu of opportunities with our high school partners. So in this case, our staff actually reached out individually by phone to each school, high school, 72 high schools, to make sure we had the right contact person. That was one of the concerns from the last time, if you recall. And then not only did we send the email through the typical RFP platform, which sometimes can be unrecognizable to folks, we actually sent follow-up emails, actually 3 separate ones, and made sure that we had correct email addresses and that sort of thing. So we're limited by what the RFP process to keep it fair and open can actually do by way of solicitation. But we did do several emails, the personal before we got started, so we had the right contact person with the right email, and then also did some LinkedIn posting there as well. So. Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it raises other questions.
Sure.
It does answer the question. I guess, I read the memo, but maybe I missed it, but I think the touching on whether that, there was personal outreach to folks, that I didn't see it in here.
Yep.
Maybe I missed it, but anyway, that would have answered sort of that question. And quite frankly, that may have prevented me from even pulling it or having interest in pulling it. But the other, sort of touching on what Lee said about, there's not, because I was actually talking to Councilmember Foley about, I'm not quite sure how this would be structured, say, with Santa Teresa High School or Branham High School, because
sure.
I don't know how that would work. But to that end, what I'm curious about is, how can I say this? My feeling is, knowing that a lot of high schools couldn't stand this up, it's a lot of resources, a lot of time, couldn't stand it up, work study program by the fall, right, is what I think what the requirement was. So did we, by knowing that and then developing this RFP, essentially develop it in a way that only a certain amount of folks were going to be applying for it?
I hear your question. Yeah. And I think we were very well aware of wanting to make sure that this was as open as possible and could be responded to. We actually added specific language in this RFP that said, if you're in the stage of creating a program like this or you need some lead time, we'll take it if you got it in progress through fall of 2023. So you could submit if you didn't have a fully approved academic work study program. We were trying to send a signal to folks that we're here, we're open, we understand that it takes time to do this. So we did add specific language to that effect in the RFP to communicate that we are looking for folks who have, it also could have been a non-academic, not-for-profit, for example, I think is what the language was in there. If you've got this kind of program that does this kind of thing, we're here and open and willing to take something that's incomplete at the moment, but if you're going to be ready by the fall of 2023, we're happy to take your submission for the RFP.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
And then just 2 other questions. One is, I know that the work study students from Cristo Rey get placed, and I've seen them going down the elevator and stuff, say hello to them. I know they're in various departments, including the mayor's office. How do council members, work in this space, if you will, and trying to bring in one of the
Sure.
students?
When we make a call, which we will hear pretty soon in July, assuming that this particular item passes, we'll put out a call to the departments and can include council offices in that. It requires sponsorship in terms of funding for those students. So we ask the departments to fund it from their non-personal savings, their additional salary savings that they might have. So that would apply to you all as well. But happy to have you take them or have a conversation with you about how you might sponsor a student to do that.
Okay.
If
And
that's
then,
what you're looking for.
yeah, thank you. And then another question about just the structure of the program. So I see that, per student on a certain year, a certain amount gets paid from the department to Cristo Rey.
Yep.
Do we, I know obviously they pay tuition there. I suspect it's probably subsidized, knowing some of what I know about the school.
Sure.
Which is great. Does the work study money that's paid to Cristo Rey go to further subsidize their tuition, or do the students actually get compensated somehow?
In order to be able to make this program work for high school students with a department, or any employer for that matter, we're not the only employer that's in that mix, It's administratively, they have to administratively support these students. So they have somebody who's our point of contact in terms of a coordinator. We have to make sure they have transportation, so they're making sure that happens. There's lots of follow-up to make sure they're on track academically, there aren't any issues in the workplace, that they're supported appropriately in the workplace. So all of that administrative cost, that's what that's going to support, is that part of it. Their fundraising for student scholarships is a separately funded and separately done for legitimate reasons as an educational institution.
All right,
But
so the
this is
money-
going to support them. Like, we have fellows programs, right, where we administratively support an organization to do their part to make sure that that person is successful, and we want to make sure these students are successful. It's for them to support the students in the way that's needed for them to be on campus here with us as an employer. Does that make sense?
Sort of. I mean, it seems like the money's just going to stand up the program itself.
It's going to maintain the program to have high quality support for students who need it when they're coming to the workplace. In other words, it'd be really hard for us to run a high school program here at the city without somebody else supporting that student in a way that makes them successful while they're here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Awesome. Thanks.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I remember these discussions when we were on the County Board of Education, because I think I represented East Side. I still represent East Side, but I represented the East Side Union High School District, and I remember the superintendent and both East Side Union and for San Jose Unified had not heard about this grant that was available. And then if I heard correctly with your line of questioning, Councilmember Jimenez, essentially the way the language of this grant or these dollars are written, the only school that could qualify, right, no other public high school could qualify for this, is the only school that could qualify is essentially Cristo Rey. So the way I see it, this is the city of San Jose writing grants that they know who the person is going to be applied, because it's only one school that can apply here in the area, essentially building up this funnel. I think any sort of transparency or competitiveness for this grant it's just non-existent. This is the only school that could get the dollars. We're writing for these dollars to go directly to them, and it's really not a process that can be altered. I think we have plenty of high schools like Overfield High School on the corner on the border of District 5 and District 8 that would do a lot of work with it. So if anything, we shouldn't be essentially saying, oh, this is the only organization that can qualify for the grant, so we'll give the grant to them. We should be saying, how do we change the language in this grant so that public schools, public charter schools, whatever school could qualify for these? And I personally feel like I'm not comfortable with writing grants, or the city writing grants that could only be accepted by one organization. That to me seems like we're just funneling dollars into the private school system. That's all.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I just wanted to mention that I am familiar with the program, and they have it down so that they're able to do it during the academic year. I guess my question was really trying to look at, many of the students, especially in the public schools, have pretty much the summer. Generally, as Lee said, it's very difficult for during the school year. I'm wondering, had we considered having work study just for the summer, or some kind of I know in the past we've talked about internships. It's a little bit difficult because Cristo Rey does provide all of the administrative support necessary, and the money goes to help offset the cost of their tuition, is what it is. So I was just curious in terms of looking at alternative ways to what Councilmember Ortiz is talking about in terms of being able to make it more sort of broadly available.
Sure. Again, Kelly Parmley, Assistant Director for HR. Thank you for the question. As you're probably aware, or maybe through the budget process, that additional staffing has been put to what's our learning and development team, to broaden that to a workforce learning and development team to expand our pipeline efforts. We have just on Friday did a planning retreat to be able to understand what we can do by way of summer engagement in the high school space for next summer. It's been our long-term plan to be able to do that. Just coming back from COVID, it's taken a while to be able to establish relationships first with those high school folks, in order for us to understand what makes the most sense in terms of engagement with our departments in a high school space in the summer. Work to Future, as you're probably aware, also runs a summer program of which we've been supportive and helping to advertise with departments about even now, could you take students for the 6 to 8 weeks over the summer and give them experience and exposure to government as well as direct work experience. It's not the same model as an academic work study. It truly is pay students and have them work during the summer. We got some policy work, I think, to do to be able to make sure we can support them in that way over the summer, but it's definitely one of our menu of options in terms of the high school space. We've engaged with Eastside Career and Technical Ed as well as Silicon Valley Career and Technical Ed as the starting points for that, particularly in hard-to-fill positions that have a life-sustaining wage, where we could introduce them to that in the summertime. We're going to do some work this year, next fiscal year, in order to land some opportunities next summer to complement what already exists with the opportunity around Cristo Rey.
Thank
Does
you
that
for
answer?
that.
Yep.
And I'm glad you're sort of going into that arena, because it sounds like there might be some interest in really taking a look at a broader way of engaging high school students, especially during the summer. They're looking for jobs, and it'd be great to be able to give them that exposure in the summer in terms of what we do here at the city. Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Batra.
A quick clarification. I think a comment was made that if the council members want to have same opportunity to hire students, they have to come up with the department budget. Could you clarify the difference between this grant and the department budget?
Are you specifically talking about the Cristo Rey program?
Yeah, whatever this program is, if we want to get some students working for us in the summer or in the next quarter.
Sure. In the case specifically of the Cristo Rey students, we don't have a centralized set of resources to support those students. What we do is put out a call to departments and ask them if they would have a place for a student where they could be successful, and the resources to do that through their personal service budget. Typically, salary savings is the opportunity to use to fund students. We could do the same thing and have done the same thing in elected offices as well. That's what I was offering. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, and you know, like, now this program is not really accepted by any of the schools, but we have been hiring student interns during the academic year from high schools. And they're not part of your work program, but the high school students do seem to work. And we have, in my group, there are 3 students, student working intern and...
Just to make sure that I heard your question appropriately, it sounds like you're making an observation that you see high school students working during the academic year.
Right.
I have a question about how that's different from what I'm talking about with Cristo Rey. Yeah. So certainly students during the academic year work, right? This particular academic work study program allows them to receive credit as the time that they spend on the employer's in the employer's workspace. So they have project work that's deemed to be an oversight driven, able to be given academic credit for back at the institution. So that's the thing that makes it substantially different. For other students who might want to work with us, they would be doing it not outside of their academic career at the high school. So they have there's some special considerations for students who are younger, right? And making sure policy-wise that we could support them. We don't actually have a policy that allows us to have a student here on site and pay them to work, and we just don't have a high school policy that does that. So organizations like Work to Future has a mechanism by which we can do that during the summer, and they can get paid and they can also get the experience, but that's not for credit. Does that help to clarify?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know it's complicated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
I don't see any other hands. I'm going to ask our attorney to explain the recusal. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and the mayor can explain this himself too when he comes out, but the mayor recused himself because he has a source of income through his wife with Cristo Rey. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you. And I guess this could be a question for our council. Do we have any legal obligation to make sure that funding that's provided through grants have to be competitive? Because I could see somebody, I don't know, putting a lawsuit saying, oh, you know, this, you guys are saying this is a competitive process, but only one organization in the city could essentially get it. So does this leave us up to any legal ramifications?
Thank you, Council Member. Potentially, although I'm not certain that the RFP that was put out was so narrow that only one school could respond, but I would leave, but staff would have to provide more information on that. But it did go through a normal RFP type process.
I mean, yeah, RFP, but how many schools, do we know how many schools applied for the grant? Oh, one. I don't think that's a coincidence. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
No, thank you. It appears that 6 vendors had looked at it and downloaded the proposal, but yes, only one responded. But I don't know why.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Is there a motion to approve this?
Move approval.
Second.
There's a motion, a second, Tony? Can I vote on this one?
Yeah, I know what she's asking. A motion passes with Mahan recused and no votes from Jimenez, Ortiz, and Candelas.
Okay.
Got it.
Moving back to item 2.19, I believe, was pulled also.
Councilmember Botcher, why don't you take a moment and just explain that you are recusing yourself?
You just need to state why you're recusing yourself.
This is the item for the AT&T contract, and my family happens to own some shares of AT&T.
Okay, do we have any comments or discussion on this item? Item 2.19?
From the public? I have Blair from the public,
Okay, let's go to the public first.
followed by Paul.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. A reminder to practice good openness and accountability with AT&T and other broadband technology companies. Good luck in those efforts. There's a lot possible that we can be doing. Good luck on those efforts. Thank you.
Paul?
$3 million contract, not bad, not bad. What is not attached to this, and what COVID highlighted very clearly and distinctly, is the digital divide that exists on the east side of San Jose. And we need to bridge that. That is government's job. That is government's responsibility to do that, because the deficiency is created out of the aforementioned racist policies that I was referencing earlier. You see, there wasn't any element of our lives that was not impacted. And one of them was the digital divide. And so you're actually hampering and impeding students' ability to access the internet. It freezes up a lot. There's a lot of like dead zones over there on the east side because there was no infrastructure set in place in order to accommodate them, because somebody decided that Mexicans were only suited for field work, they were suited for car mechanics, and they were suited for working in warehouses and driving forklifts. That's all we were suited for. So there was no investment in infrastructures that would support the people that literally fed the world. And I make no exaggeration on that. I exaggerate not. And so I would like, if we could, possibly have some kind of discussion around how do we really realize racial equity as it relates to the digital divide. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Again, this is specifically on item 2.19. I don't see
Move
any
approval.
hands. Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Let's vote on item 2.19.
Motion passes 10-0 with Batra recused.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Okay, we had one more item that was pulled, which was 2.23, and that was Councilmember Ortiz. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
The 2.23 was essentially the Santa Clara County Housing Authority purchase of the Girasol apartments in District 5. First off, I just want to thank Jackie and the housing team for their work on this item, and I'm going to try to be brief. I want to share my appreciation for the team at the Santa Clara County Housing Authority who moved quickly with stakeholders to make sure that they could take ownership of the Girasol apartments. I want to just be clear, if the county didn't come in, this could have been a disastrous outcome for some of our senior families who live in this apartment, because if a for-profit developer or a for-profit property owner had purchased it, we could have seen displacement of around 59 high-risk seniors. So I think this item truly demonstrates the importance of strategies for preservation to make sure that we're ensuring the livelihood of our most vulnerable. Thank you, and I would like to move the memo.
Great. Would you mind moving that item along with the rest of the consent calendar?
Thank you. Yeah, let's move it all.
Great. Is there a second? Great. Councilor Davis, thank you. I don't see any other hands. We have not taken public comment on the full.
Correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
Blair, followed by Paul.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Good luck on this consent calendar item you're talking about. I wanted to speak on items 2.21, 2.31, and 2.32, which is around tech accountability as usual. I guess first to comment on previous comments from Paul on this item about racial equity on the east side. There's a lot of stuff going in right now, and there's a lot, especially on the east side. West side issues actually have their own dead zone problems, and that we really have to consider the ideas of responsibility and openness and accountability. If you want to add those things in how you talk about the future of tech and broadband issues, then we have a full community process. Then we have ideas of sustainability, which goes directly into the conversation about, again, these tech items. You are finally, hallelujah, talking about ALPR use again. You were not talking about this subject the past few years. Police were saying they had 0 ALPRs in their mobile units, in their police cars, basically. You've been building ALPRs for years, not just in police departments, in public works, in many departments. ALPRs are like stocking stuffers going around these days. And for you guys to say there was 0 coming in, it was really disingenuous and hurtful. Thankfully, you're talking about it again and what you need at this time. Thank you. There's a new flock system going around. It's a blanket system that's covering areas, entire cities with ALPR use, and that way you can do quick spots, and it's been of help. And I think that you guys have been really impressed, and I can feel that energy that you're impressed. It's from that I really ask that you can ask to limit this sort of tech that's off to a really promising start. I think you guys are going to probably want to build and build and build on it. Please keep it minimum. You can do the same exact work with minimum amounts as adding a ton in our cities. So I just can't emphasize.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Where do I start? First of all, I'll go with the grants that were allocated to all of these nonprofits. There was literally, there's tens of millions of dollars there. It would have been nice if they were held responsible to come in and tell us, this is my money. So I want to know, what are they doing with it? You know, just as a courtesy, that since you're getting all this millions and millions of dollars, don't you think it would be prudent for them to have, come in and, kind of just give a little spill about how that money is being spent, considering that the homeless rate continues to increase. There's that, the Library Foundation. The Library Foundation, a $2 million contract. The San Jose Public Library is now dealing with something called Library Foundation. Well, what I'd like to know is who's censoring the videos? East Side Dreams? East Side Dreams, the one where Señora Doctor Profesora Josie Negrete was giving her grito, her plática, Sal si puedes, my forever home. And that video was censored. Half of it is gone, and that half that's gone was all of the Chicano organizations that made a difference for us. This is our identity. Sounds like, now I'm not going to assume any malfeasance on the part of the public library, but they need to answer to us. They really do, because this is public money that was used to censor a video. You don't get to exercise those privileges. So that contract is in question, because you don't do that to.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. All right, let's vote on the consent calendar.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to item 3.5. This is the adoption of a statement of policy and city council questions for the prospective director of housing. Let's see. Why don't we go to public comment first?
Alex Shore.
Don't like to keep you all waiting. Sorry. Thanks. Hey, just wanted to say that had a good conversation with Dolan Bechtel about the new director of housing, and we talked about some good stuff. We talked about someone with a background in community engagement, which I see some of the questions included in the interviews include. We had a conversation about metrics and how analyzing what the department does and how the contracts that it gives out achieve outcomes that the city wants to see. And we also talked about the department thinking about how to plan and house the best city policies possible, and how to allow you, the elected officials, to worry most about the politics. So there is no replacing, I think she's here today, there's no replacing Jackie. Well, she just left, but I think the city's on, oh, there she is, good. I think the city's on good track with the questions that you've got in the interviews and the conversations that staff are having. So thank you to Dolan for a really productive tete-a-tete, and good luck in your hiring process. Thanks.
Paul, followed by Blair.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I couldn't disagree more with the previous speaker. Redlining was not talked about. Redlining, 1939 map, that next director of housing, they absolutely must qualify themselves in being learned, erudite, astute, as it relates to not only just racial, not only redlining, but to the political, the way it manifested in academia, in the schools. Diaz Vistras San Jose Unified School District. That's how it manifested, redlining. So, you see, we're not going to get anywhere as a city. We're going to keep putting Band-Aids on everything because we're not dealing with the source of the infection. And the source of the infection is that redlining map. That's what created the policies of segregation, which created the policies of generational poverty. And in those barrios, what you did is you criminalized the symptoms of the segregation that you created. Thusly, you didn't have to accept any accountability for it. You could blame the victim. You could blame the people that grew up there. Oh, they're just maladjusted. No, we're not. You created these barrios. We didn't pick where we lived. You picked where we lived. So now, that housing director, they better be schooled, because I'm going to be on them, and I'm going to make absolutely certain that that has to be it has to be a metric that they use in order to. So I want Section 8 housing on Lincoln Avenue. That's what I want. I want Section 8 housing on Lincoln Avenue, and they can have pit bulls. Yeah, that's what I want. Because that right there would balance and even the score.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Yeah, we had two really good IPAs back to back in the 2010s. Ladoris Cordell and Kevin, I can't remember his last name. He moved to Chicago. He went to work in Chicago as an IPA of all places. So, I mean, really, they did amazing good work. And then we had a third one come in. Boy, I can't remember his name. And he had something really promising in how he was going to work. And the SJPOA, they got their old grannies came in and really took it to task that they didn't want his style of work, which was really.
This has to do with the housing director?
Yes, it does. Embracing. So what I'm saying is from those three really good choices, Siobhan was good. She was good bureaucratically, but not dynamic so much and not progressive in the ways that the three others were. Jackie's been amazingly progressive, and it's really, I think we all count on her for that. And I hope you'll want to continue that tradition. And I think we're obviously really hurting from the IPA things. And that I just think a dynamism to have a really good progressive housing director is important for our future in the mold of Jackie. And Rachel Vanderbeen has been a really good student of Jackie, I think. And when you listen to Rachel speak of things, I think she's just really interesting in how to talk about issues. So, a directness, I suppose, maybe needed more. And with that, a good progressive, really good progressive approach. Those two things are, I just hope we can continue that tradition of what Jackie started here for ourselves in San Jose. And that, I mean, for your current issues, I'll talk more later. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. All right. Not seeing any hands up. Anyone have comments or a motion? Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Councilor Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this quick. Thank you, Jennifer, Dolan, Sarah, Lee, and our entire housing department for today's item. Haven't had much time to get to know Jackie, but what I do know is she'll be missed by many. As an incoming, as a recently added council member, I've experienced about 3 different director searches, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the process and how it's been led by staff. I did have a question for housing staff, but I do believe everybody just left. So I just had a question in regards to the comfortability rate of the response rate from staff being only 18%, and if it was a strong enough representation, but that's fine. They're not here at the moment. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Dolan, sir? Oh, could you speak to that, or? Essentially, are we comfortable with the response rate of only 18% of the staff, and then do we feel that the panel was a strong representation of the positions within the department?
So good afternoon, Dolan Beckel, Chief of Staff for the City Manager. I am not part of the Housing Department, but I will endeavor to answer those questions. So the specific that you're mentioning was the surveys and the number of employees in the housing department that actually took the survey being about 20, which is about 18% of the department. I think I would say that what in addition to that, we interviewed about 30 additional staff in one-on-ones and focus groups. So that takes the number up to about 50, which is about 50% of the housing department. And I think that's actually, given their size relative to the partition, that's actually much higher than the normal engagement that we've had. So, I obviously can't answer for Jackie, but I think that when we look at all the feedback we had from all the community surveys and the focus groups and the 76 one-on-one conversations I had, I think that the feedback was fairly consistent. And I actually thank the housing department for having 50% of their employees actually engage in this.
I appreciate you answering the question. Thank you, Dolan.
Great. Thanks, council member. Seeing no further hands, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are on to item 3.6, which is a proposed encroachment agreement related to the project with the Valley Title LLC and Bowtown LLC. There's no staff presentation, so let's head to public comment first.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Encroachment. So this is items for people to stay off the land that you're going to be developing and building on. If I'm understanding this correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can understand you're setting an agenda item to create such a statement. So that's a lot. And so good luck in addressing this issue. I think we have to be very mindful of these sort of things and respect the fact that people, we do have to build housing and find ways to build shelter. And good luck how we do that. And you can respect when people do move into places, and that it doesn't have to be an immediate removal. There can be a certain time period to ask people to move. And I'm learning that here actually down in San Diego now. It doesn't have to be in a 24-hour period. It can be 48, it can be 72. It can be reasonable amounts of time. Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. This Martin versus Boise was the case law that was it wasn't affirmed, but the Supreme Court chose not to hear it because they let that particular ruling stand. And what it said was, if you don't have adequate housing.
Paul, I don't know where you're at, but we're mostly hearing it sounds like somebody's rubbing a microphone. We're not able to hear your words.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for the admonishment. Okay, so the Martin versus Boise was instituted to allow for people to camp on public sidewalks or in public parks if there is no other accommodation provided for by the city. Okay, so it's the city dragging its feet and using our outgoing director, which I'm glad goodbye, that created these deficits that create the encroachment. So you see, I don't want to be looking at symptoms and just be dealing with symptoms as independent of other issues. If we're going to assess something and we're going to look at something, well, then let's look at it in its totality. And when we do, we're going to see very clear, direct links to her incompetence as a director of housing and these encroachment issues, a direct link. And also, I would like to say that her retirement date is July 14th, the day that war was declared against Mexico. That's the day she chose to retire.
Back to council.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Torres.
Move to approve item 3.6.
Second.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I know that we generally do minor encroachments kind of frequently. Whenever there's major encroachments, I wonder in terms of whether or not that we would do this for anybody. I know that when the city encroached on private property, we have to pay for it. And we just did it on First Street when, we have a construction encroachment. So I was just wondering, is this done for just anybody? Because it's not minor, it's rather large, it's a major.
Would that question go to Nancy or, to Matt Lush? Great. See Matt coming down.
Good afternoon, Matt Lush, Public Works. Again, the term major and minor sometimes makes it seem like it's one thing or another in terms of the descriptor. Again, it is a kind of a class of encroachment that is also revocable in terms of anything else. And so it is a period of time, and it is a kind of a permanence and an agreement of how long that will be there, as opposed to a minor, which has much lesser permanency in that location. Plus, we also have other agreements with those entities like PG&E, like Verizon, like those other ones that typically have a lot of minor encroachment permits to do work in the right-of-way. The major encroachment has to do with it's a decent-sized piece of infrastructure that can be revoked based on the terms of an agreement. And so in terms of, and we put it in a way so that it doesn't obstruct other utilization of that space. Should there be a need for that space, we would invoke the part of the agreement that would then revoke their ability to use that space. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Is this something that we would do for anybody? In other words, I recall when we had to encroach on private property, we had to pay for the use of that. If the shoe's on the other foot, we have to pay. But when it's a private
I understand your question. I understand your question now better.
Yes.
I apologize. So we have a set of criteria that it needs to meet for us to allow them to use it.
Okay.
And so we meet, and it's in the municipal code that requires, and there has to be a public benefit for that. It's one of the things so we get a benefit for this being done. Okay. And so that's one of their criteria, and that usually kind of offsets the idea of a fee. So could anybody apply for one? Sure. Do they meet all the criteria? That's what we would be looking at.
Great. Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I will just say in this case, well, it's innovative and experimental, and we'll see. I'm excited about the potential public benefit of being able to install a private utility system that allows for water and energy use to be shared across multiple properties, and have water from one be reused elsewhere and heat be exchanged in more efficient ways. So certainly a learning opportunity, but definitely appreciate the question. I'm glad we have the ability to revoke this privilege if it's getting in the way of any public interest. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I don't see any other hands. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great, thank you. We are on to item 3.7, compensation and benefit changes for executive management and professional employees in Unit 99 and other unrepresented employees for the next 3 fiscal years.
Paul?
There's no presentation, so yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would like to reference, because I thought it was an excellent idea, and I hope that you will chime in on this and articulate and kind of expand on that position. And what you had stated, Mayor Mahan, was using metrics to give out pay, to do like make it commiserate performance with pay. No performance, no pay. And so I would like to, and I thought that it was an excellent idea, because then the citizenry is going to like, well, wait a minute, man, if you're in there and you're not producing, why should you just like sit down and just like continue to benefit from our tax dollars when you are not producing anything of public interest for those tax dollars? I mean, I don't like getting burned, man. I don't like that. So I think that this is an opportune moment to really institutionalize that idea. And I hope that it becomes a part of the discussion. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. I just wanted to thank yourselves for the explanations of encroachment on the previous item, and it's helped myself a lot. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. And I do just want to clarify that this is a general wage increase that is essentially in line with all the other bargaining units that we've come to terms with this year. I don't want it to be confused with the management performance program that the city has. Okay, I am not seeing any hands. Any colleagues have questions, comments, or a motion?
Motion for approval.
Second.
Great. Let's vote.
Motion passes 10-0 with Kamei absent.
Okay.
Oh, she come.
Maybe coming back. See if we can get her vote in. Vice
Here she
Mayor, would you like to just verbally vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so motion passes unanimously.
Unanimously.
11-0.
Great. Thank you, Tony. Okay, we are on item 3.8, an agreement between the City of San Jose and the Association of Legal Professionals, also lovingly known as ALP. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to share a few words before we continue.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are very pleased that the city and the Association of Legal Professionals, again known as ALP, reached an overall tentative agreement on June 13th, 2023, which extends the term of their contract for an additional 2 years. I would like to thank Tara Shaffey, who is the president of ALP, and Jennifer Shembry, the city's lead labor negotiator. We very much appreciate Tara's collaboration, allowed us to reach an agreement very, very quickly. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, City Manager McGuire. Let's go to public comment.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The superlatives do me any good. I don't know what great and fantastic work means. Those are meaningless to me. Excellent job, a go-getter, those mean nothing. I need something a little bit more concrete. If we're going to be extending their contract for 2 years, I mean, and it's up on an agenda item and it's up for public discussion. I mean, what are we getting for that money? What's been done? Because all I have seen is, issue after it's almost like the city is like imploding upon itself. Not expanding in ways that would address the entire community. We're addressing a very exclusive part of our community. And so lawyers protect that. They protect the city's ability to continue in that vein. So when we're talking about racial equity, that means it has to appear in the language of the lawyer. Him. So I want to hear what their position is on the city's policies and the legal, arguing for the legal amendment in language, formulating the legal language to legally amend what has happened in the past that continues to infect the present, which is going to impact our future. I think those are legitimate questions to ask attorneys and lawyers that we're going to hire again for 2 more years. What is their policy positions on that specific issue itself? Thank you.
Hi, Blair here. Blair Beekman, to add to Paul's words. Good luck in how we're addressing issues of outside sources of city government, how they work. It would be good to know how they work and function and think. Just in a brief looking over of this agenda item, it's interesting. It's possible. I mean, they look like kind of almost as a. It would be nice if they could be kind of a study session group where our own city attorneys can learn best practices and better ways to work overall in working with this group. And if that's the case, hopefully they can have a neutral philosophy and a teaching, learning philosophy for ourselves. And just a good luck in finding the future of city government programs that work in those good ways. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. And I also just want to add my thanks to Jennifer Shembri and the city's negotiating team and to those who represented ALP. Great to have another agreement in place. I believe that's our 4th agreement with the bargaining unit this year, which is great momentum, and they've all been, I think, great negotiations and gotten us to a very fair and reasonable place. So excited to see this agreement wrapped up. I don't see any hands. I believe we had a motion. Did we not?
Move
Apologies.
approval.
Second. Now we do. Thank you. Still don't see any hands, so let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And Nora's going to now make sure I do this correctly. We need to recess the meeting of the City Council in order to convene the joint City of San Jose City Council and San Jose Financing Authority. We have 2 items. I'm sorry, we have 3 items. Item 1 is an amendment to certain agreements related to the interim financing program to finance capital improvements for the wastewater system, and we have a roughly 5-minute staff presentation on item 1. We will be hearing items 2 and 1.6 concurrently, but vote on them separately after we take up this item. So let's proceed with the staff presentation on item 1.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council members, members of the public. My name is Rick Bruno. I'm the Director of Finance. I'm here with JUN, the Deputy Director of Finance. Today, we're here to present to you a wastewater system interim financing program credit agreement amendments. In short, this is a line of credit that the city has with Wells Fargo. We've had in place since 2017, and this is the 4th amendment to it. It allows us to borrow short-term, and then once we've borrowed against that, we're able to take out long-term bonds. So this is just a mechanism for us to borrow interim as we're developing projects and spending on our capital improvements for the wastewater system. I'd like to acknowledge and thank a few folks that have helped us on this effort. The City Attorney's Office has helped us, Environmental Services Department. We have municipal advisors and bond counsel that have helped us in negotiating this agreement with Wells Fargo. So I'll provide a little bit of background. The wastewater system, of course, includes the sanitary sewer collection system as well as the treatment system. The city has the ability through the San Jose Financing Authority to issue debt for capital projects, and the source of those funds is primarily through the city's sewer service and use charges, of which 95% is collected on the annual property tax bill. The wastewater system has a planned 10-year capital improvement of $1.5 billion to modernize its system. The interim financing program, as I mentioned, is with Wells Fargo Bank. It's for $300 million and was established in 2017. This bridges the short-term financing needs while we then issue long-term notes, subordinate wastewater revenue notes. Interest only accrues when funds are borrowed, so as we are working on our projects, we do not need to pay interest on the full amount borrowed. And as I mentioned, there have been 3 amendments so far. This is the 4th one. The current agreement expires on October 18th of this year, and the repayment of these notes will be the net system revenues. Consideration for this extension, why now? We have revolving notes that were completely paid off in March of this year. Those were the 2022B proceeds from our bond issuance last December. There are no notes outstanding at this point. We're contemplating for the next 3-year agreement bringing $300 million down to $200 million, and this would meet the needs of the capital improvement plan at the at this system. Interest rates have been rising over the past year, and the instableness of the banking sector has also raised concerns if we go back out to market to issue a new agreement. So we approached Wells Fargo to inquire about extending our current agreement, making an amendment to it, and negotiated the fees and interest rates. I will now pass it over to Chin-Yu to go over some of the deals.
Thank you, Rick. Chen-Yu Sun, Deputy Director of Finance for Debt and Treasury. The proposed Fourth Amendment will reduce the credit facility from $300 million to $200 million immediately once the amendment being executed. So what means we don't have to wait until the expiration date of the current agreement as of October 18th, 2023 for the capacity reduction. This item alone will save the city about $65,000. And the proposed Fourth Amendment will last for additional 3 years to October 16, 2026. The bank, through the negotiation, had agreed to waive the amendment fee of $2,500, also cover its legal fee up to $10,000, which generated quite a bit of saving for the city. On the bottom of the slides, there's some comparison between the current agreements and then the amendments. I want to draw your attention to the third line. The commitment fee is to be paid on the entire capacity, whether we draw the funds from the facility or not. In this amendment, the bank agreed to reduce the commitment fee from 21 basis points to 19 basis points, which will create additional saving for the city. On the last line is talking about the tax-exempt drawer rate. The spread will increase from 37 basis point to 42 basis point. This is for the tax-exempt. We mostly use the facility to draw tax-exempt funding for the CIP development of the wastewater revenue system, which, as you all know, is generally charged at a lower rate. The interest rate, as Rick had mentioned, has been rising significantly since March 2022. So the bank only increases spreads by 5 basis points, which we think is quite reasonable. The pricing of the wastewater subordinate revenue notes is pegged to the rating of the 2022B bonds, which we all know has been rated very high as a highest rating possible, AAA by 3 major rating agencies, S&P, Fitch, and then Kroll Bond Rating Agency, which placed the proposed fee in the lowest category, level 1, as indicated by this green arrow. So with this item, we're asking the City Council and then City of San Jose Financing Authority Board to adopt a resolution to approve and authorize the execution and delivery of a Fourth Amendment to the credit agreement and a Fourth Amended and a restated fee ladder agreement with Wells Fargo Bank related to the issuance by the City of San Jose Financing Authority of the subordinate wastewater revenue notes for a term through October 16, 2026 in an aggregated principal amount outstanding at any time not to exceed $300 million until the effective date of the Fourth Amendment to the credit agreement and up to $200 million thereafter for the purpose of a financing or refinancing wastewater system projects. With that, we're open for questions.
Okay, thank you. I assume as per, Nora, are we taking public comment after each item, or is it different, given that this is a hearing, joint meeting?
Mayor, all of these are being heard together, and I'm sorry, 2 and 6.1.
We're taking this item up separately, so why don't we go to public comment?
2 and 6.1, and then but we will take up the other financing item 1 also because you have recessed for the joint meeting, so you can take 1 after.
Okay.
Okay. Paul Soto.
Thank you for that report. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I do have issues though with $300 million being trusted to Wells Fargo. Now, Wells Fargo, you know, there's short-term memory here. They were forging ruining people's credit. They were forging documents, and these were Wells Fargo employees in order to open up accounts, and the customers didn't know anything about it, and it was on a large scale. And so I'm concerned and question the judgment of who's making the decision to do $300 million worth of business with a company like that. And another issue was that a large source of those peoples were, of course, Mexicanos. And, you know, because they're vulnerable. They're vulnerable to these systems. And so there's that. Now, as far as who's the fiduciary. Now, with respect to the bonds, I think we need to talk about how we're going to start financing bonds in the future. And one of the ideas that I have and that I'd like to suggest here is that we create a bond that taxes at 1% over every $100,000 in equity in every single one of the red-lined areas of the city. It's going to generate millions upon millions of dollars every single year. That's number one. Number two, it's also going to amend the historical injustices because it's going to be directly tied to it. And number three, we also need to renegotiate Prop 13. Oh, yeah.
Blair?
Hi, if this item is going to be about water treatment plant issues, you know, I think it's important to really note that we spent a lot of money in the past several years on updating and upgrading the water treatment plant and its issues. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with climate change issues, I think. I think we're trying to prepare, it's my guess, for the upcoming sea level rise issues around the bay. And I can't say it enough. We're in a new administration now. We have to learn how to be more open about that conversation. And I know real estate is important to yourselves, but with all the new federal funding dollars coming in with sewer and wastewater treatment and water runoff issues, we're at a time and an opportunity to learn how to make that conversation more open and accessible and understandable. And I know you guys have a lot of fears, but I just think you're smart enough to learn how to balance these important matters and conversations and not keep it so hidden from the public. You refuse to talk about the sea level rise issues around the bay and around District 4 and the other districts around the bay. And we have to. We simply have to. And I'm a bit upset you guys don't make a better attempts to do that. And good luck how you can. And I really hope this is applicable to this item. I'm sorry if it's not. And if it isn't, hopefully it's something we can be considering as well. And sorry, thank you for your time and patience in hearing me out.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. Okay, so we are still on item 1 as part of our joint meeting here. Colleagues, I'm not seeing any hands. Do we have any questions, comments, or a motion on item 1 specifically?
Move approval.
Thank you. Second from Foley. Okay. Thank you both. See no further hands. Let's vote on item 1.
Okay, so Batra, your screen's not working. So what is your vote? Yes or no? Okay. Ortiz, I don't have you entered. And Duan is absent. Okay, so the vote is 10-0 with Botcher voting yes verbally because his screen's not working, and JUN is voting yes. It's unanimous. Yay!
Okay, thank you. Now, just so everybody's following along, we're going to take up item 2, which is the issuance of City of San Jose Financing Authority commercial paper notes. We will hear that item concurrently with item 6.1, which involves the municipal water new offices project. There is a staff presentation. We will only vote on item 2 within the joint meeting. When we adjourn this meeting, we will then vote on 6.1 as part of the regular order of our city council meeting, as I understand it. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. Great. So let's go to the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Provenzano, Deputy Director, Environmental Services Department, and presenting with me is Matt Loesch, Director of Public Works, and Chin-Yu Sun, Deputy Director in Finance. This presentation in this project is regarding the replacement of the Muni Water Administrative and Operations Facility and council authorization to award the project along with the associated financing. Quick background here on our Muni Water facilities. We serve primarily District 8 and a portion of District 4. We have about 22 locations spread out over about 33 square miles. This is our main site. This is our main hub where we control and operate the water utility as well as we prepare for emergency response, water quality issues and response, and all our regulatory compliance. The existing facility primarily has 3 staff locations. One is a converted equipment garage. That's where about a third of the staff sit, as well as our computer control room that we use to respond to the water utility and operate, especially during emergencies. We have a temporary office trailer, about another third of the staff, and an aging administration facility. We also have several features that are very unique to a water utility versus most other places where staff might sit. We have a computer control room, water quality room, water sample room. We have a communications tower, which may not seem like a big deal, but that is our way of connecting all of the sites together and making sure the water system is operating as efficiently as possible. It's a key feature for us. Also, at the same location, we have on-site wells, backup power generation. We are an EOC. For us, it's a department operations center, but to the state, we're considered an EOC. So we are designated as that in order to run the water utility efficiently in any emergency situation. And then we have, again, some other items there, meter shops, hazmat storage, a lot of specialty equipment. We have a city fleet of about 25 vehicles or so, welding shop and equipment, which we use on a regular basis to maintain water system infrastructure, and all the emergency and normal replacement parts that go along with operating and maintaining a water system, including electrical and instrumentation facilities. Going back several years now, almost a decade, we began to log in several site improvements that were needed. We have deteriorating infrastructure on site, a lot of seismic and structural upgrades that are needed, mechanical improvements, investments to address some health and safety concerns and issues for staff, primarily mold, in addition to some seismic issues, and then implementation, and looking forward, potential implementation of some net zero carbon objectives. To address all that, go up until about 2018, we are looking at the list of projects, individual projects, and they were getting more and more expensive, and we were concerned about both implementation, the timeline, but also cost. Our primary way of funding our projects is through water rates, and we were very concerned leading into about 2019 on how are we going to do this. And with that, we partnered with Public Works in 2019 and procured the services of IBI Group. They went through and then looked at all the infrastructure improvements that we needed on site, and really then evaluated 3 primary options to address them in the most cost-effective manner. Purchase and remodel existing facilities somewhere, buying vacant land somewhere unknown and build new, or to rebuild on site. And the fastest and most cost-effective solution was to rebuild on site. And with that, we then proceeded in partnership with Public Works, procure the services of Studio G Architects in 2020. And we've been working with them for the past 3 years or so on designing the project and preparing it for a bid.
So the project timeline, we had put out the award with the goal of meeting today's agenda for an award of contract. In that advertisement process, we got many, many questions from bidders, and so we were taking advantage of kind of a fertile bidding environment, and we extended the bid date to last week. And so in doing that, we ran into a bit of a timing crunch, and we wanted to make sure that our muni water partners could withhold their lease at a shorter period of time and meet their deadline. So we're asking for the delegated authority so that I could award this in July. And this gives us the opportunity to keep Muni Water in their lease time period and gets us construction awarded in time in July before August. We have a construction duration starting construction in September of 2023, ending in 2 years. Our base bid is $33 million with 2 bid alternates, one for a photovoltaic system, another for battery energy storage systems.
The Muni Water Building project will be financed initially with a short-term tax-exempt commercial paper, and when the market becomes benign, we will refund the outstanding commercial paper with long-term lease revenue bonds. So the city has established a commercial paper program as a short-term financing program in 2014. In this program, the city pledges a number of assets, including Tech Museum, fire stations number 1 and 3, Police Communication Center, Animal Care Center, and South San Jose Police Substation to the direct pay letter of credit of a U.S. bank up to for issuance of commercial paper up to $175 million. Our agreement with U.S. Bank expires on in March 2025. So under this program, we can issue a number of CP notes, commercial paper notes, meaning, and each CP note can stay, can be outstanding up to 270 days. When the CP note matures, we can either fully pay it off or partially pay it off or roll it to another maturity date. And when the project is completed, if there are still commercial paper notes outstanding for that project, finance staff usually work with the department to amortize the outstanding balance up to 7 years in accordance with the debt management policy of the city. The commercial paper program is under the city's lease revenue financing program. So based on our debt management policy, it requires a supermajority approval by the city council, meaning we need a 2/3 approval from you, a minimum of 8 votes. So there are a number of benefits and risk associated with the commercial paper group program. The benefits including it's a short-term financing with very flexible amortization schedule. It is an alternative to other medium-term financing, like for instance, 7 to 10-year bonds. On a normal condition, market condition, meaning on an upsloping yield curve condition, short-term financing like commercial paper does generate a lower cost of funding, but right now it's not necessarily the case because we know the yield curve is kind of inverted. But hopefully the situation will reverse itself sometime in a relative near future. But nobody has a crystal ball at this point. There is no additional liens or improvements being financed under the commercial paper. With those benefits, they also come with risks. The commercial paper requires a letter of credit from banks. The banks can be downgraded, and when we have the letter of credit reach to the end of the term, we need a renewal. Sometime when the banking sector becomes volatile, renewal of the letter of credit can be challenging. I would say at the current market condition, with so much volatility happen in the banking sector, this period is going to be challenging to extend any kind of letter of credit, maybe. And then also commercial paper is a short-term note, so meaning the rate changes quite a bit. So every time we roll the paper forward, the interest rate will change based on the market conditions. So there's been quite an uncertainty in the interest rate. The commercial paper, when we say we roll that, meaning we are marketing the commercial paper. Every time when we market commercial paper, there's always risk associated with the market. When the market interest in a certain credit, no, the city's commercial paper is a credit. When the appetite for the credit wanes, we may run into challenges in rolling and the remarketing of a commercial paper. So the city's commercial paper has a maximum capacity right now of $175 million. Only 3 programs right now has outstanding commercial paper notes and authorization. And those 3 are the Parks Flood Recovery Program. They have about $6.4 million. The Clean Energy Department for the purchase of energy and operating costs, they're about $95 million outstanding authorized CP capacity. And then ESCO Conservation Project also has a $6.4 million commercial paper outstanding. All in all, current utilization of the commercial paper is about $1.8 million. So in this item, we are requesting the authorization from the Council and the Financing Board up to $40 million for the Muni Water Building project. The description of the project was provided by the Public Works and then Environmental Services Department. Additionally, with this request, we're also asked you to consider reducing the authorization for energy purchase for the Clean Energy Department from $95 million to $75 million, just to reduce by $20 million. I would like to take a few moments to discuss why we are requesting this. The 95 authorization of the CP issuance were provided by the City Council in 2021. And since then, the Clean Energy Department had issued about $60 million out of the $95 million authorization in commercial paper notes. So far, they have paid down $40 million. So there's only $20 million outstanding. So there's quite a bit gap between the outstanding CP notes and then their authority. So staff from finance approached to staff in Clean Energy Department, discussed whether they need this much of a capacity, and we mutually agreed that it is opportune at this time to reduce the capacity authorization to Clean Energy Department by $20 million. There are 2 obviously benefits for this reduction. One, they will reduce the fee burden by the department, so Clean Energy will pay lower fee related to the CP program. Second, as I had mentioned, we only have 175% capacity right now. So by reducing the authorization for the Clean Energy Department, it will free up additional 20 million capacity for other city uses. So with those proposals, the CP program utilization, if Council and the Financing Board approves, we will just be utilize the program under $128 million. So our recommendation are as the following. First of all, we asked the City Council and the Financing Authority Board to conduct a public hearing in accordance with the California Government Code, Section 6586.5. And this is required by the state code to determine the project financing will generate insignificant public benefit. And additionally, we ask the Financing Board to adopt a resolution to approve and authorize the issuance of commercial paper notes for $40 million to finance the construction of the Muni Water projects and reduce authorized CP note for San Jose Clean Energy to $75 million, further amending the authority resolution number 152 and authorize other connected actions. And the recommendation for the City Council is also to approve and authorize the issuance of CP notes for $40 million to finance and construction of muni water project, and then reduce the authorization of CP notes for clean energy to $75 million. Further amend the Council Resolution number 8125 and authorizing other connected actions. So this ends my presentation and our presentation on item 2 for the joint meeting. We are open for questions.
Great, thank you. I now need to read a script before we take comments as part of this public hearing and move on to action of the joint authority here. Good afternoon. The City of San Jose is proposing to issue lease revenue commercial paper notes by the City of San Jose's Financing Authority and the city for the 1, construction of a new municipal water administration and operations building, and 2, the acquisition, construction, and installation of related capital improvements for the City of San Jose Environmental Services Department. Section 6586.5 of the California Government Code requires that the city hold a public hearing regarding the approval by the city of a lease financing by the authority, and, after such hearing, make a finding that significant public benefits will accrue from such financing in accordance with Section 6586 of the California Government Code. This hearing is the opportunity for all interested persons to speak or submit written comments about the proposal to issue lease revenue commercial paper notes and the improvements to be financed. Would anyone like to submit written comments? Tony, do we have any written comments?
No.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak at this time?
I have Sean. Sean Ratchford.
Sorry, I had no comments. I accidentally pressed the button.
Okay, thank you. Back to council.
Okay, thank you. This public hearing is now adjourned. So now the council and authority will need to consider adoption of resolutions for item 2. There are 2 recommendations on they're agendized as B and C on item 2. The B part of the recommendation, in that part of the recommendation, the City of San Jose Financing Authority Board adoption of a resolution to approve and authorize the issuance by the City of San Jose Financing Authority of lease revenue commercial paper notes and other related actions. Part C of the recommendation, the city adoption of a resolution to approve and authorize the issuance by the City of San Jose Financing Authority lease revenue commercial paper notes and other related actions. At this time, we can entertain a motion to approve item 2 with those 2 parts.
Move approval of item 2, B, and C.
Great. Thank you, Council Members Foley and Davis. Let's vote.
Are you still down?
Yes.
Okay. Can you say your vote into the microphone?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you all for bearing with that process. The joint meeting of the City Council and the San Jose Financing Authority is now adjourned. And now we will reconvene the City Council meeting to vote on Council Agenda Item 6.1.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll go to public comment on item 6.1.
There are no hands.
Okay, coming back to the council. Don't see any hands. We have a motion. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
This is just a quick thank you. I had a bunch of questions, and Catherine and our director, Alosh, answered them, so I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. I'll echo that thanks, and thanks for the presentations, helping us understand a complex issue. Look forward to seeing these investments made. On item 6.1, we have a motion. Let's vote.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you all. Okay. We are on to item 7.1, which is something I'm very excited about. The Code Enforcement Focus Area Service Team, that stands for FAST. The Focus Area Service Team pilot program. We have a short presentation. Chris, Rachel, and team, turned over to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, joined by Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. And yes, we're pleased to come before you to give a report on the Code Enforcement Focused Area Service Team pilot program that we're about to bring to fruition. So a little context. Like many other departments in the city and many other peer organizations, PBCE, coming out the back end of the pandemic, has suffered significantly from vacancy rates within the department. We've put in a strategic plan to address our vacancy that is ongoing, but one of our key target areas has been code enforcement. So beginning back in October of 2021, we had a vacancy rate of 28% in our code enforcement inspector positions. We've run essentially one ongoing recruitment since then over the last 20 months and have brought that vacancy rate down to 4%. And within that, our general code team of 15 code inspectors is now fully staffed, which is the first time in a number of years. So that's been an important step forward for the department. Within that, it's allowed us to think strategically and differently about how we're offering services through code enforcement. And so in close coordination with the city manager and her team, we developed a pilot program that really took the emphasis away from complaint-based code enforcement and is dedicating resources into areas that are most impacted by blight throughout the city to actually shift to a proactive model where we will be going out and identifying issues within the community and working with those property owners to bring them into compliance. With that, I'm going to hand it to Rachel just to give you some brief details on the program itself.
Thank you, Chris. Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. As Chris said, we'll be dedicating 2 code enforcement inspectors to this effort, and they will be servicing the areas that have been identified, the downtown, including census tracts throughout the community. The program will be doing proactive blight inspections and enforcement, and staying true to our roots in our outreach and education model to bring about compliance. The first step of the process will be to conduct outreach to all the property owners within those identified focus areas. We'll provide information around the types of blight that we'll be looking for, some best management practices on how they can maintain their properties and ensure that they are in compliance with the municipal code. And then we will also offer contact information should they have questions and additional resources. And most importantly, we're providing them the time frame that we plan to service their focus area. Once that's been sent out and underway, then we'll be conducting those proactive inspections. In 2-week sprints is the plan currently, and then once those properties identified that are in violation, we'll be moving forward with expedited enforcement process, issuing citations as appropriate. We plan to track and analyze this program as we move through from August to January, and also be ensuring we take away key insights as far as the specific needs of our community, how we can better, if this is an effective model for delivering our services, or how we could do it even better, and then focusing in on those key partnerships and collaborations, both interdepartmentally as well as within the community, to help us be even more successful in our mission.
The last thing I'd just like to say, Mayor, obviously our code enforcement team has been under a considerable amount of pressure through that period, so they've continued to deliver phenomenal service to the community and work really hard to bring down the number of cases that we're working on. Obviously that workload does not go away, and so we're using this as an opportunity to think differently, but obviously we'll continue all the good work that we continue to do throughout the city. And again, just want to recognize Rachel for her leadership on this topic, really bringing this program into fruition.
Thank you, Chris. And I want to turn to our city manager to say a few words.
Yes, I just really want to do a shout out to you, Chris, and you, Rachel. I gave you this challenge, and within a couple of weeks, they gave me a proposal on this proactive team and with metrics, and they have done a yeoman's job on filling their vacancies. And so super excited for what can come from this pilot, but I want to thank you both for showing everybody what's possible, especially when you've really put your heads together and with your team of changing some service delivery models and testing it out, and then let's look at the outcomes at the end. So thank you very much.
Thanks, and I want to add my thanks to Chris, Rachel, our HR department, which has helped with hiring, and Jennifer McGuire, the city manager, in her office. So we've been talking a lot about code enforcement and blight this year, and I think it's really exciting that the team focused in, was able to make those hires, get that vacancy rate down, and give us the capacity to be in a more proactive posture and really help some of our most underserved commercial corridors. It isn't fair for struggling small business owners who have just gotten through the pandemic to be burdened by absentee property owners next door that don't maintain their property and thereby invite more crime and reduce the public's willingness to come out and patronize those businesses. We know from research that it's really important that we maintain clean storefronts if we're going to support our small businesses. So super excited that we're doing this. And I was out with Councilor Torres earlier this morning along East Santa Clara, where we heard from some very excited small business owners who are really ready for the city to lean in and have more of an impact here. So why don't we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council.
Paul, followed by Blair.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to reference that dirtbag that was working for code enforcement and going around to the massage parlors and abusing. I mean, there was just
Paul,
so many.
That's not what this topic is about.
Yeah, it's about code enforcement, right?
No, it's about this specific focus area.
It's about a pilot.
It's about a pilot program.
Right, and the necessity why it's so important. Let me build my premise first, and then I'll build on it. But I got to build the premise first. You know that. Pilot programs. Now I have to get to that. So a pilot program to ensure that you don't have dirtbags doing that kind of work. There needs to be, this gives us an opportunity as a city to start really instituting what is it that we value as a city. And not just like, oh, you know, we want things clean. I already get the euthanics program. I already get that. Kellogg, it precedes you because Kellogg was the one that came up with that program. Using the same language too about like nice and clean areas, you know, and that's healthy area. Well, then what was Salsipuedes? So then that means you created Salsipuedes. It necessarily means the same thing. That's why code enforcement is important. You see, we didn't have no code enforcement over there in Salsipuedes. We didn't have none of that. No, that was suitable for the Chicanos. And so what we have an opportunity to do now is to institutionalize a very critical component of overall city government. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for yourselves and your patience for listening to our public comment that, at least certainly my public comment, that I think Paul made some really good points in how we have to consider who we hire and how we hire, and gave good examples from the past that we may be a little abstract, but we have good intentions in talking about these items. So just to thank you for your patience in hearing us out. I have fears and worries with this item that although you'll be addressing building issues a lot and ownership, building owners and such, the downtown core issues seem a bit worrisome to me. And it seems an appropriate time to mention that it's my understanding that these sort of new code enforcement ideas are coming down possibly from the federal level. And I know we can all understand what's going on in San Francisco right now, people within government, and there's just a new wave of how to address their homeless issues and such overall. People living on the streets and fentanyl issues. They kicked out their former DA to bring in this whole new process to talk about law enforcement and jail time and going through that route in order to create inventory and how to inventory their community. And this is obviously a softer version of that, a lighter version. But I'm sure you tried to take make that a lot softer here in San Jose. But I think it should be noted of what's going on in San Francisco and that we don't have to follow that sort of model. And I guess you've tried to do that here, and it just seemed important to me.
Brian?
Thank you. I think this is a really good idea. I appreciate the mayor pushing for it. There still will be a complaint-based issues too, right? People who have problems can still make complaints. That'll still be being addressed, but it won't be the primary way that they deal with code enforcement issues. Am I understanding that correct? Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. And since the question was asked, yes, the department is still doing all of the reactive work, but now that, thanks to the work of our city manager, Chris and Rachel and others, our HR department, we are effectively fully staffed in code enforcement. We have the capacity to do more proactive review and code enforcement work. So both still exist. Okay, great. Let's come back to council. We will go to Councilor Torres.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our PBCE group of folks. So code enforcement is, as you know, code enforcement is super important, and it is very important that we make sure that our business districts in mostly underserved, under-resourced business corridors have the tools they need to create incredibly diverse and vibrant business districts. So this program is going to do just that, and I'm very happy to know that we're going to be proactive, right, and that we're all going to work together as one city, one department to make sure that these business districts have the services they need to create vibrant business districts. So with that, I motion to support item 7.1 along with the memo that myself and Councilmember Ortiz wrote.
Second.
Great. All right, Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. I too want to say thank you. I know it's been really tough in terms of not having enough staffing and resources, so I'm delighted that you're all staffed up. I am very excited that this pilot is going to move forward. I'm a little bit curious in terms of focus areas, and you know, I keep looking at the Cadillac Winchester area, and it's a constant thing. And even though it doesn't show up in the census tract, if you look at it at the block level, it is definitely an area of high need. And so I'm just wondering, will this pilot just go through this year, or will there be opportunities to look at other areas as things move along?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, obviously, it's an important step in understanding how best to provide service in a number of different ways. So the hope is that there is, significant impact that we can see, and that we can balance that workload with the existing caseload that we see through the complaint-based system. And that'll sort of lead us to, through this year, and to look at potential proposals going into next year on how we would adjust our model and whether or not to expand from there.
Yeah, the thing that I would say is that in some areas where you have individuals who, no matter what, will continue, I mean, we're encouraging people to complain and to identify blight, but in some areas, people are working, they're doing other things, and they don't have the capacity to be able to be, putting in the complaints all the time. So I just look at, a couple of the areas that I have, and I know that there's a tremendous need, but it isn't as evident because the complaints are not as high. So I will continue to encourage people to complain, but I think that there's got to be room for those areas that perhaps need it, but are not sort of like visible.
If I could add, Councilmember Kamei, so another aspect of the good news of us being staffed up is that our other programs are also seeing that benefit. So with CDBG, the Cadillac Winchester, the Project Hope work that we're doing in partnership with other departments, we can definitely take a look and see if there's more we can do in that area.
Appreciate that question and point, and it's certainly my hope that as we pilot some proactive code enforcement and learn how to measure the impact of that the council considers in future budget cycles potentially expanding that model, make sure we're getting to other underserved communities. There's no way that in 6 months with a very limited team of 2 that we're going to get to every district or every corridor that needs it, but I'm hoping we can get some proof points for conversation next year. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting this very important topic, especially to our some of our harder hit areas by blight. I'm incredibly excited for this pilot as it will begin to address decades long of issues around neglect for our working class communities. The approach brought before us, I believe, is a great step towards improving how we deliver our core services and finding ways to respond more efficiently is both resourceful and innovative. And likewise, and very important for our families, it takes a burden off reporting, as Vice Mayor Kamei had mentioned. For many, the last thing that people want to do when they're getting off work or, in reality here in San Jose, their second job is to want to report the washing machine that's down the street or something like that. So for the areas that this program is active on, it definitely relieves them from that. I'm really pumped up and happy to see that we're having a proactive approach towards blight and addressing areas that where the city has dealt with blight and other issues to essentially expedite our services. But to my last point, I do want to, as I mentioned in the memo, I did recommend, and along with Councilmember Torres, that we make sure that we're going further by also referring municipal code violations in the public right-of-way, such as illegal dumping, abandoned vehicles, and graffiti to the appropriate city department for follow-up. And currently, the pilot has the code enforcement inspector's role to what I believe is a little bit too limited to addressing these issues. So I'm glad that we were able to put that memo together. Nevertheless, some of these locations attract blight in the public right-of-way and at the front of even some of the buildings. So I believe the memo that myself and Councilmember Torres have produced in collaboration with code enforcement is to further these efforts in combating blight through a comprehensive approach, both on private property but also on the public right-of-way. This will help blight from worsening our neighborhoods and reducing the need for our residents to report the complaints. That being said, I do have just 2 questions for staff. In East San Jose, we have many residents who are, I guess, entrepreneurs and may operate home kitchens, along with like the Miko's program that was recently approved at the county, that they may also be subject to code enforcement violations if the proper permitting is not submitted. So could you walk me through what a code enforcement inspector protocol is when expecting a report of a violation?
Just make sure I understand your question. So what is our process under normal circumstances when we get a violation? Not in this program?
I mean, in this program.
So this program will focus only on blight. So that type of scenario most likely wouldn't be part of this program if they have a home vending business or commercial kitchen kind of thing, unless there was something visible from the public right of way that was a result of that operation. But our process will be that we're going to be sending out a very detailed communication letter to every property identified within the focus areas. And then we'll also do outreach to the neighborhood groups and community groups within those areas as well. And they will have all the information around the codes will be, or excuse me, the violations we'll be looking for, whether it's overgrown vegetation, graffiti, so on and so forth, what they can do to comply. And who they can contact with questions. It'll be done in multiple languages, and we'll have our language access lines available as well. And so that will also give them the date that we plan on being in their area, so they have a sense of, when we'll be out there, so they have ample opportunity to take corrective actions voluntarily, should they need to do that. And then once we're out in their area, we'll assess the properties, and those that we find in violation would receive a citation. In the citation, we again restate the violation, the corrective actions that are needed, and how long they have to comply. It will be a shorter time frame than we do currently, so instead of 15 days, it'll be reduced to 10 days. And then we'll do a follow-up reinspection, and then the process goes on from there. At any point in time, they can always call us. We have a code enforcement information email they can send an inquiry to. They can talk with the inspector directly. We have a support staff team they can also communicate with if they have questions, or they can also come in person to our office. So there's a number of ways for them to reach us if they do have questions. And then, they also have the opportunity to appeal a citation should they receive one. So there's lots of checks and balances in our process.
So there would be the opportunity to essentially for the individuals to cure the issue.
Yes, we plan to send those notifications out at least 3 weeks prior to when we'll be out in their area.
Okay. And then as I mentioned, I'm really excited about this program, but also I know there's a lot of need across the city. If there is positive results from this pilot, is there opportunities for there to, spread to Cadillac or other area, this specific strategy?
Yes, as Chris had mentioned previously, the hope is that we, assess this program at the end of the 6-month duration, so in January, and we'll take a look at and evaluate it for its effectiveness, where we could improve, see if there's other areas, if it's worth continuing, what those next areas might look like, and so forth. And we plan to report out to the NSC in spring of next year.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Candelas, but I do not want to forget, Councilmember Batra, you had also messaged me your screen is still not working. Okay, so you were also on the list. Councilmember Candelas?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just express my appreciation for staff. Chris and Rachel and code enforcement, you guys have been fantastic, especially anytime I reach out with concerns on private property. And I'm excited to see this pilot program deploy in the downtown area and the other areas. And to Vice Mayor Kamei's point and my council colleague Ortiz, I think there are other areas in our city that could potentially benefit from this kind of innovative process improvement, and especially along the Tully East Ridge corridor and the Welch Park area. Blight is something that I hear constantly from the small business owners, mom and pop shops, and the broken windows effect, if you will, that it has in our neighborhoods. And this is a way to mitigate that. And I look forward to hearing the report in NSC next year, and fingers crossed that we make a dent and clean our streets, because I know our not just our residents, but the small business owners are begging us to do something. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra?
I think it is great to see that going from a complaint-driven system to a proactive inspection system, and trying to get the compliance so the people have a chance to get the thing done before it really becomes a problem. Question for you is, if you don't get a compliance, is your only thing is to penalize them, or do you have the ability to get action taken at their expense?
Thank you for the question. So in most instances, we do go through our normal process for enforcement, which could either be escalating citations. Usually we get up to 3 citations before we move to the administrative remedy process. I won't bore you with the details of that process. It's a lengthy process, but and through that process, there's a point at which we would, if found by the appeals hearing board to still be in violation, we could charge fines per day. If it should be a situation where it's creating an imminent hazard to the public or the property, there's a very high threshold for that, but we can move to do an abatement where the city cleans up the property, and then we charge the cost of that abatement to the owner.
Okay, all right. And Chris, you know, in terms of some tier 3 kind of residential neighborhoods, where the landlords don't take action with multiple reminders, is something like this likely to extend to those areas? Some form and shape of this?
I think that's the to be determined part, Councilmember. So certainly, you know, we have a lot of high hopes on this program. I think the one thing that's going to be really interesting as we move through this pilot is it gives us an opportunity to address issues earlier in the process. Right now in a complaints-based system, we're waiting for people to be so bothered by the situation that they call the city. We'll have trained professionals in the field that can identify these issues and hopefully get out there in advance. How that plays out from a staffing resource and efficiency standpoint, that's the piece we really need to understand. And then as we move into sort of planning for next year and looking at our available resources, where the caseload is, how this impacts our caseload, we can bring that information back and have that conversation with council about what the future of the program looks like.
Okay, keep that in mind. We'll keep coming back for it. Okay, congratulations on hiring, and hope you get to retain all of them plus some. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Back around to Councilmember Torres.
Yes, I forgot to ask a question, Mayor. Thank you. And thanks again to our PBC team. So I actually have a question. And I know we're trying to tackle blight and graffiti and illegal dumping. However, I know that there's plenty of small businesses in my council district who are coming up to code for their outdoor dining or their outdoor dining patio area, however we're calling it. And I know that al fresco is now done, and I know that there's some small businesses who are going through the permit process. How do we guarantee that they're not being dinged for their outdoor dining patio since they're working on that?
So with our complaint case management system, we can see all the open active cases. If something we're already aware of, we will be able to see that there's a case there, and we can take that into consideration as far as how we handle any blight that we may observe. We could always contact that owner since we already have something ongoing with them, as opposed to creating this new process that they now have to deal with. If they are not currently part of a code enforcement case, then we encourage folks to reach out to us, when they receive our correspondence, whether it be the initial letter or a citation, so we can understand their specific situation and guide and help them accordingly.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember, I'd just add to that. Obviously, you raise a really good point, because code enforcement doesn't stand alone, and that's part of the reason it's within the department is quite often some of the resolution to individual code cases requires either a building permit or a planning process. And just given where we're at with timelines across the department, that's something that we take into consideration as we're working with those property owners. We certainly don't penalize people when they're stuck in, whether it's building or planning, and we're trying to move them through that process as well. So it's definitely something we take into consideration.
Great. No, that's thank you for those answers. I know that unfortunately as retail is struggling in our economy or struggling here in our area, right? We have some of these incredible restaurants that bring out folks and have them outside, but they're going through the process of having their outdoor dining patio up to code, and so we definitely don't want to, get rid of that, because they're the only reason why that business district is active and thriving.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Good point. We appear to have exhausted questions and comments. We did have a motion, so we are ready to vote.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 8.1, community-based organization engagement partners. We have a brief staff presentation. We also have two organizations appealing the decision, and they will each get 5 minutes to speak after the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for that information. That is absolutely correct. Nancy Klein, Director of Economic Development, here with Lori Severino, who is a consultant for us. We are excited today to present the results of a competitive procurement process that seeks to establish a bench of community-based organizations that city departments and council offices can hire to help us with the important work of outreach and engagement efforts. OED and OEDCA undertook this effort in part so that the council offices and city departments have a diversified bench of resources to engage in this important work. Instead of onboarding resources just for OEDCA, we went farther to include citywide departments and council offices. OEDCA is also leading this effort in response to Council's previous direction from last August, when City Council approved a bench of private consulting firms. For that RFP, we also got 2 protests. RF protests are not uncommon. In August, both American Leadership Forum and Catalyze SV asked for a special exemption for the small and local business preference points because they supplied that information after the RFP deadline. In addition, Catalyze wanted special consideration because they deemed or felt that their scoring should have been higher. Their point allocation should be higher. The result was that Council moved forward with the private consultants, the 9 recommended, and those are available to you and to city staff right now. And at that point, Council directed staff to do a separate RFP for just CBOs to make sure that CBOs were included as important resources to all of us. In August, Council basically had 2 options, and what we think the 2 options today remain: approve the recommendation before you, or ask staff to start again with a new RFP. And we come to that after thinking carefully and in discussion with the City Attorney's Office. Our recommendations, again, are to authorize staff to negotiate and execute master agreements with 22 organizations for 3 years with the option to extend 1 term for an additional 2 years. Each agreement would have a limit of $250,000 for a combined limit of $6 million for the whole program. This includes $500,000 in contingency that could be used should any agreement need to be increased prior to the end of the terms identified. Staff, city department or council staff, will identify funding from their departments when they execute service orders for the specific projects with the CBOs identified. And the total of all service orders cannot exceed the master agreement's limits. I'll now turn to Lori Severino to walk quickly through the process.
Thank you, Nancy. So for this RFP, OEDCA staff followed the city's standard process using the Badingo platform. We offered a longer than average submission period of 6 weeks beginning on January 27th. We also set up a special page on the city's website to make the information even more accessible. This helped us advertise 2 events for answering questions during the submission period. We ended up receiving 34 submissions, of which 30 were deemed complete. A city panel evaluated the submissions against the criteria outlined in the RFP and recommended 22 to receive agreements. So this is a quick summary of how it'll work. So following council approval, staff will begin to execute the master agreements. OEDCA will be responsible for managing all of them. Staff in other departments, including council offices, will reach out when they want to contract with one or more of the CBOs on the list. Those project managers will be responsible for putting a service order through the system. It is at the service order stage that funding will be encumbered using project-based sources. When the project is completed, we will ask for feedback to help us track the quality of services received and support capacity building among the CBOs and the city teams working with them. So here are the 22 CBOs that staff is recommending for the master agreement list. You'll see a variety of organizational sizes, focus areas, and population served. Just to name a few: Latino Business Foundation, the African American Community Services Agency, Somos Mayfair, Vietnamese American Roundtable, and Chopsticks Alley. So per city policy, there was a 10-day protest period that began when we posted the notice of intent to award. During that time, we received protests from the Vietnamese American Organization and Mothers Out Front. Following the municipal code procedures, OEDCA provided a response to each of them, which then triggered a 10-day appeal period. We then received appeals from both of these organizations. We'll briefly summarize the nature of those appeals. Then following this presentation, each organization will have 5 minutes to speak. The Vietnamese American Organization's submission was missing several of the required components. They're asking the city to reconsider the disqualification of their proposal, claiming that the missing documents were not properly labeled as mandatory elements. OEDCA's response was that the RFP explicitly stated the required documents in the Bedingo platform. Staff offered 2 meetings, including a virtual question and answer session and an in-person event for CBOs to ask questions and get clarifications on the requirements. This is in addition to the typical question and answer route through the Bedingo platform. So per the Finance Department and City Attorney's Office, it is very important that we do not accept anything that we receive after the deadline to preserve the integrity of the process. So moving on to the other appeal from Mothers Out Front. In their protest and appeal, they are requesting points for small and local business preference because they have since received their San Jose business license and feel they meet the intent of the policy. Staff's response reiterated the requirements set forth in the municipal code for how bidders can receive the preference points for the small and local business enterprises. This includes having an active business license on file with the city prior to the submission deadline. Sticking to these deadlines for submissions keeps the process fair for all bidders, including the organizations that followed the instructions and submitted complete submissions on time.
Thank you, Lori. In conclusion, staff properly followed the city's procurement process and conducted it in a fair and unbiased manner. The recommendation is to move forward with the 22 organizations listed in the staff report. That recommendation is to encourage us all to have great resources to move forward with community outreach and engagement. And to remind and reiterate that there is an opportunity for council to either move ahead and or to send us back out to do this again. And just to remind that these types of protests are not unusual. And in fact, the last RFP had virtually the same concerns when council determined we would move forward with staff's recommendations. We would now like to turn this over to the organizations that have expressed concerns, Mothers Out Front and Vietnamese American Organization.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we'll begin with, looks like Mothers Out Front is ready to go. Come on down. We set the timer to 5 minutes, please. Okay, you may
Before we
begin
start
when.
the timer, please. We have a presentation we provided ahead of time to the city clerk, so we'd like to wait till that's up, because it'll help us
Sure.
present if we can
Sure.
see it, so, thank you.
Okay, we'll just pause a moment to get the presentation queued up. There it is. Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name's Andrea Slater, and I am the community organizer with Mothers Out Front, one of the staff members here in California. And we are here to support the Silicon Valley members and their appeal in this process. Just to give a little bit of information, we're an environmental justice group that focuses on diversity and civic education and building healthy communities for families, focusing on the families and our children and future generations. Thanks.
So you may know of us as a policy organization. We advocate for you with policies, but we're also very engaged in the community. And in the past, we've had 2 grants through ESD to educate the community about our Climate Smart program. We focus these on low-income communities by doing presentations in Spanish and Vietnamese on how to save money in your home. And these are we provided this in our application, and our protest was much more detailed than the point about the small and local businesses. One of the comments was made on criteria 2, which was a collaborative inclusive process, that we didn't talk about our work with CBOs. Well, that was never asked. The question is nowhere in the application. If it had been, I would have included this photo. We facilitated a series of CBO networking mixers during the pandemic for groups focusing on the environment, equity, and health. And they were very successful and very well attended. But since we know that you are not probably going to be thinking of just adding one group, however well deserving, we want to focus on how the goals of the on-call list maybe didn't match the process. The goals, again, were to have more robust community engagement, streamline the work of city staff, and very importantly, provide an opportunity for capacity building and shared learning among CBOs and their staff. At one of those information sessions that the staff provided, they stated, "We hope we will get as many of you as possible on our on-call list." Therefore, we feel like the process was a little bit more stringent than it could have been if that was truly the goal. The OEDCA decided that the cutoff score should be 75 points. I don't believe, and I don't know where that number came from, I guess they needed to figure some number, but that wasn't mandated by the council. That wasn't mandated by the city attorney. That was just where they determined if you're above 75, you'll be on. If you're below, you'll be off. If you look at the list, there's some excellent groups that are below the 75. And again, we feel that in many categories, we legitimately proved our case that we deserve more points, but our protest was denied. So today we're moving on to share with you a win-win solution here, okay? And that is, since the goal was to get as many groups as possible on the list, it wasn't meant to be like grading on the curve and only the very most strong CBOs will win. It was meant to include as many as possible. Without Mothers Out Front and other groups being on the list, we don't have the opportunity for that desired capacity building. Groups like Catholic Charities and Spur, Somos Mayfair, they're wonderful. They already have a lot of capacity. The newer, smaller, currently less staffed groups would actually benefit the most so that we can also hire, again, community engagers that speak Spanish and Vietnamese. And we feel like those definitions were very overly narrow, that in order to be considered small, you had to also be local. Well, we're very small. We have one staff person that supports our team. Our entire organization nationally has under 35. We clearly are small, but the definition for small was you also have to be local. So we lost 5 points there, and we lost 5 points for not being currently at that time having a business license. We were so small we didn't need it. So here's the dilemma. Some of the departments have told us they wish we were on the list. They were very disappointed, and they might consider doing new RFPs, but they'd probably be like 10,000 or less. But that would mean more work for them. And the city doesn't tend to do a new process for 3 to 5 years. So groups like ours that now qualify, if we'd gotten those 10 points, we'd be on the list. We have to wait quite a long time, and the city's climate program needs to move forward more quickly. So here's an elegant solution that came from conversations with some of you on council, the mayor's office, was what about if you establish a new threshold Don't redo the whole process. Don't add us more points although we feel we deserve them. Just lower the threshold and say we'd like a more robust list for the city departments to choose from. If you lower the threshold to 69, that would add 4 more CBOs, including Mothers Out Front. And if you lowered it to 50, it would add 8 more CBOs, all of them that have complete applications. Again, we were told by this OEDCA that nothing was disqualifying, it's just we didn't meet the bar. And we were up against some very strong organizations, but we also believe we bring a unique skill set to this. We do work with low-income communities, communities of color, and youth, and we would like that chance again. Please, in the future, consider decoupling the small and the local. And I will finish off with letting Andrea make her final point.
All right, so we just wanted to make the point that if we do lower the threshold and make the process more inclusive, that this is basically a win-win-win. It's a win for the city departments, it's a win for the community-based organizations and city residents. The city departments would not have to start the process all over, and it would save time. The CBOs would be offered more diversity and opportunities to grow their capacity, as well as expand the civic engagement piece. And then city residents are going to benefit from the expanded community outreach. So we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're available for questions too if they come up. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're on to the Vietnamese American Organization.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Brian Doe, speaking on behalf of the Vietnamese American Organization, VAO, a San Jose nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering the community through social services, education, leadership, and cultural activities, while promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. On March 9, 2023, Vietnamese American Organization, VAO, submitted an application for the Master Agreement for Community Engagement Partnerships through the Bidingo website. VAO completed the submission process without incurring any error notification from Bidingo. On May 1st, VAO was notified that it, along with 3 other notable nonprofits, were disqualified from moving forward for review by the evaluation panel. City staff informed VAO that its application was missing a cover letter, resume, and outreach samples. All are simple and can be easily complied and given the opportunity to rectify. On May 4th, VAO adhered to the guideline and submitted a letter to city staff, highlight several flaws in the bid process on Bidingo, and expressed concern about the city staff failure to express the proper bid submission process in line with the requirement as outlined by the city RFP documents. VAO emphasized that these shortcomings result in confusions and the omission of necessary documents during the submission process. The City of San Jose aimed to promote inclusivity, foster strong partnerships, and enhance community relationships. However, the disqualification of Vietnamese American Organization, VAO, without considering the imperfections in the bidding process, run counter to these key objectives. VAO respectfully asks that you support improvement in the city process by 1. Instruct city staff to reopen the bid and take the necessary steps to ensure that the requirements on Bidingo are properly set up in a manner consistent with the RFP documents. 2. Instruct city staff to provide a reasonable timeline for the submission of the missing document and allow all participants, including VAO, sufficient time to fulfill this requirement. 3. To promote support for nonprofit organizations, foster partnerships, and to ensure equity, we recommend that city adopt a clear policy for setting the Bidingo process to be consistent with the RFP document by ensuring that the application has to be completed before the submission can be considered as completed. With all due respect to the city staff comment earlier, those missing items would not require Bidingo submission page. If city staff had marked those items required on the Bidingo platform, VAO could not have submitted them. Screenshot was submitted to city staff as part of the protest letter. By implementing such a policy, the city can demonstrate the commitment to fairness, transparency, and inclusivity in its engagement with nonprofit organizations. This will encourage a greater participation, foster stronger partnership, and contribute to the city's overall goal of promoting equity and supporting the valuable work of nonprofit organizations in the community. For this reason, we respectfully ask for your support of our request in this item. Together, we can build an equitable, vibrant, and harmonious community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, unless there's additional staff presentation at this point, I think we'll continue with public comment. And then we can come back and ask questions of staff.
Okay, I have Rocio Molina, followed by Paul. Sorry, that's my fault. Rocio Molina.
Yes, hi, Rocio Molina here. I am the Community Engagement Manager with Catalyze SE. Sorry about that, that's my dog in the background. I want to commend staff, and particularly Lori and Zach, for their work on this RFP and the master agreements. We are very excited about the inclusion of 22 organizations that are so focused in San Jose and work so much to create community engagement programs and processes that support people of color. Oops, sorry. Ourselves included. We are dedicated to community engagement programs and events that support outreach and educational efforts to include a wide and diverse group of people in the conversations and decision-making processes of our partners, including the city of San Jose. We participated in the discussions in 2022 on how to create a more inclusive master agreement process for community-based organizations, and are very encouraged about what we see here today. We did submit a couple of questions to clarify the process to ensure that the goals of the RFP are met in creating a more streamlined contracting opportunity for partners. We would like to explore solutions with the staff and continue conversations on how to create pathways for partnerships between CBOs locally and the city of San Jose. Again, we commend the staff and we are ecstatic about this opportunity. Your vote today in order to pass these master agreements will be a huge step forward for the city of San Jose in creating a more streamlined process to create partnerships and collaboration between CBOs and your departments. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we look forward to working hand in hand with your staff. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Moira.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Look, anytime that the city says that it wants, or that it has the community's support, it's referencing someone that receives a check from them, not necessarily community support. And so this is something that needs to be talked about explicitly here, because these nonprofits do not necessarily reflect the barrio. That needs to be understood. There's a lot of things that a lot of these CBOs that they have to answer to in the barrio, but they don't. They don't feel like they have to. Like they're condescending if they do. They're not going to lower themselves to doing that because they answer to you, because you're the one that pays their check. So we have to get very clear on how and see how that system, the city can corrupt it, and the CBO can allow itself to become a facilitator of that corruption, because they will say something when they shouldn't, and they will be silent when they should say something. But they won't do one or the other either way, because basically they're contracting with the city. So we need to really talk about that specifically and explicitly, because it affects just the general public's ability to center some really serious policies.
Moira, followed by Kalisha. Kalisha.
I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my my sound to work.
That's okay. You blipped off for just a second, so I thought I lost
Yeah,
you.
I'm on an iPad. I have to change to a different window. I'm Moria Merriweather, and I'm speaking today as an active member of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley and as a resident of District 7. As a member of Mothers Out Front, I want to highlight and bring forward some examples of our ongoing orientation to serving and including low-income people in all of our climate efforts, something that we are proud of and that we think is important to make visible to you. In the past, using grants from the Environmental Services Department, we hired 3 Spanish-speaking and Vietnamese-speaking community engagers to help us reach residents about ways to lower their energy bills. If we were to be included in the on-call CBO list, as we hope, and if we were chosen by a city department for a grant, what we would want to do is to again hire outreach coordinators, Vietnamese-speaking and Spanish-speaking, to help us support residents to reduce their energy bills, improve indoor air quality, and reduce climate impacts. In our small group of active leaders of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, some of us are low income, including me, and several of us are Spanish speakers. I also live in a mobile home. As part of our electrification campaign, we are working with Climate Smart team to align policies to support electrification for low-income residents and mobile home residents like me. I appreciate that both Climate Smart and Mothers Out Front want to include all housing situations, apartment residents, homeowners, mobile homes, in all of our climate work. We so value the collaboration and teamwork of Climate Smart in this work, and we know that our collaboration is also valued by our partners at the city. We seek to offer options that are good for the climate, for cost saving, and for health, and we seek to make climate actions accessible to all residents of Santa Clara County. We are so glad that you share this value and this goal with us. Please approve the proposal to include more organizations on the on-call CBO list, including Mothers Out Front. Thank you.
Kalisha?
Good evening, Mayor Mahand and council members. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I'm the Senior Housing Advocate at Housing Choices. I'm calling this evening to express my support for the city to award a master agreement for community engagement to 22 CBOs identified, including Catalyze SV. I want to first thank the city for providing this opportunity for CBOs with firsthand experience working with the most vulnerable members of the community to work with the city to develop more effective programs and policies that serve those most in need. Secondly, I'd like to thank Catalyze SV for inviting Housing Choices to apply as partners for this opportunity. As leaders in the community committed to creating a more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive community, we know that Catalyze SV will be a great addition to the city's public engagement initiatives. Lastly, we're incredibly grateful to be able to bring the voices of people with developmental and other disabilities to the city's public engagement process. For over 25 years, Housing Choices has been supporting self-advocates, parents, and service providers for people with developmental and other disabilities that advocate for their housing needs. The city of San Jose is home to nearly 7,000 individuals with a developmental disability. Many of the adults are on fixed income, work part-time and low-wage jobs, and struggle to qualify for even the most affordable housing units in the community. Often these members of our community with some of the highest support needs are left out of the conversations on housing and community development, as it is assumed that housing is provided for them by the state or federal government. This, however, is not true. Instead, more than half of San Jose's adult population with developmental disabilities lives on the verge of becoming unhoused every day because they are dependent on an aging parent or family member to provide them with housing. For this reason, we appreciate the city of San Jose taking a meaningful step forward to bring these community members and others with lived experience into the conversations that will shape this city's future. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Just to quickly comment, very much of a thank you for this sort of item on this week's agenda. With the difficult work with Measure E issues that I hope we're going through a learning process. It's a whole community process to understand and to come to agreements about how we move forward with Measure E. And it was mentioned very nicely by yourselves that we do have to take a comprehensive approach, and that it's a quick build. It's building good shelter community programs, services for the quick build programs, and then it's really truly affordable housing issues. That is a comprehensive package in how to address these issues overall. Good luck to ourselves to really develop that, and that this sort of item lends itself to our better practices of short-term solutions of how to talk with people in shelters and this sort of work. Good luck in these sort of efforts, and that our conversations can be good about the funding for the future of these items. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Nancy, your department, Lori, for the work in putting this list together, pre-qualifying these organizations. I think it's important and really good for the city to have this process in place to pre-qualify groups so that it can streamline the ability to do this work going forward. I have a few questions for you on the objectives and the process a little bit. So the number of organizations that were selected was somewhat arbitrary, right? You were looking for organizations that met criteria, and the number could have been 10 or 50. Is that correct?
Councilmember, thank you very much for the question. I would not say that this was arbitrary at all. Each RFP sets for the panel that is reviewing a standard that all applications are reviewed by.
Yeah, I didn't mean the process was arbitrary, but that the number that came out, I mean, it could have been, there was a preset number that we're trying to be awarded. Is that correct?
Well, let me take you in
sorry,
a slightly different direction. Everyone is stretched, right? And it would have been very easy for staff to come back to you and say, let's take the top 10. OED is facilitating these contracts. That's a later question that Catalyze asked. OED's role in helping the departments is to facilitating 22 organizations across the council and city. We know is a lift, but we're going headlong because we think we will make it easier than having departments and council offices unto themselves without the ability to guide those service orders through. And because we're already really squeezed in time, it would have been very easy for us to say top 10. We pushed ourselves. We challenged ourselves to squeak this out to include plus double, more than double of the list. So it would have been very, very difficult to say it wasn't competitive, because it was. And it would have been very difficult in time because we're already stretched to take on even more.
Okay. Yeah, and I certainly am not critical of the process. I think the process you followed was the same rigorous process we use for all of our RFPs. We've had plenty of conversations here in the past about why groups get excluded, about whether exceptions can be made, about how you help groups clean up what might have been an oversight on their part. And I don't want to rehash that. I don't think it's worth rehashing that. I think I did request, in fact, at a past meeting to come back at the future with a review of the process so that we can see whether there's what changes we have to make in the process. But the process that we have is a process you followed, and I support that. I guess my question is, once we get to a certain number of groups that are being approved, the goal here is to pre-qualify groups so that if anybody in the city wants to use a particular group or has a need that can be filled by a group, that it makes it easier for them to do so. What is the downside? I mean, obviously there's a number limit in terms of groups you want to work with. I mean, maybe that's the answer to the question, but if groups complete their application and in some sense would be deemed as qualified to do the work, is there a reason why we would want to limit that list of pre-qualified organizations?
The damage is a bigger one than I think we're talking about, and potential damage is bigger than this specific RF. It's a question of, do we change precedent, which has been a long-standing precedent for DOT, housing, OED, parks, that when you open a bid, you provide the list of qualified from those who met the goals of the panel, the initial outline of information requested, and the scoring from the panel. So the bigger issue is if we were to go back and to alter the points, alter what was clearly listed in the RFP of required documents, then that isn't fair to the 22 that already provided the answers and achieved the 75 points that was consistent across each of the organizations that are recommended to you today.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to make a suggestion that we alter any criteria or any way the points are rewarded. Were awarded. I think it's fair to say that the process was followed. And honestly, if an organization doesn't meet the criteria, whether it's because they didn't submit everything or because they didn't have everything, then to me, it's fair to say yes or no, this organization is qualified. The reason I'm asking these questions is, I know, and I'm going to only use Mothers Out Front as an example for now, only because I'm interested in some of the work that they do. But I think I've heard that the answer is, an organization in the city can still hire them for the work if they deem that organization is best suited for the particular task that they need to get done. If that's the case, we are not saying this group isn't qualified to do city contract. And so I'm just wondering, is the best process, maybe not now, and we're here for this one, but isn't the best process one that says, we're just doing this process as a pre-screening to determine who's qualified and who's not, rather than create this list that somehow is a subset if we're admitting that this group is qualified to do the work if another department wants to use them?
Okay, let me give, as a department head, let me share. Our procurement process is necessary and challenging. If another department wants to hire Mothers Out Front, for example, as other departments have, my understanding, and Jennifer or others will correct me, if you have a task that's $10,000 or below, you can go direct. If you have a task that's $50,000, might even be up to $100,000, you can get 3 verbal bids. So there are other opportunities, but the process requires time. And just out of awareness of the process and also out of doing a lot of projects, which it isn't always thought of, I'll be quite honest, boy, we could use this extra outreach, but you don't have, once you're in it and there with the project, you do not have time to go back and run through a procurement process to get this, whatever project you're working on. So this was all about speed and convenience and doing great work with our community groups. So, and because the process must be consistent to be fair and have integrity, we can recommend no other than what our recommendation is to you today.
Okay. And the reason I have pause on this is, obviously, as you know, our climate work that we're doing is particularly important to me, and I think we have it as a priority on our council. I look at the list of organizations. I don't see an organization that necessarily is focused on that particular area. And I don't know whether, I don't know whether there's a process that could be set up to say, hey, we have to have at least an organization that can handle each of the areas that our city is likely to be doing public outreach on in the next 3 years. I know that we're going to be doing public outreach on climate work, especially since we're trying to be carbon neutral by 2030. We have ambitious goals. Electrification is an ambitious goal. There's going to be a lot of work required, and I am concerned that we're still going to need to find somebody else to do some of that outreach and help us with that outreach, even beyond this list. And so I just wanted to express my concern about that, and if you have a comment on that.
Thank you again, Council Member. 2 thoughts. One is, it is completely possible and in fact encouraged that any of the 22 can partner or subcontract with other CBOs. So if there is a need on a particular topic, as you mentioned, of climate, that one of our 22 may not hit spot on, but they can partner in order to reach the goals. So that is completely allowable. And the other is, there are so many needs across the city. I don't believe it would have been possible for us to find representation of every single one, because most assuredly 1 or 2 would certainly pop up that we didn't cover.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the answers. I'll only say, obviously, if the interest here is speed and agility, which you've said it is, then I'm just concerned that making it more complicated by having to say you have to partner with another group, or we have to go find the right organization that might not be in the wheel, or the right facilitator that might not be part of the wheelhouse of one of these groups. It seems to me that we're not necessarily achieving that objective completely. I know there's topics in which we are, and there's a lot of groups that are great that are on this list, but I just want us to think a little bit about that. I don't know. I don't want to say that we shouldn't approve this at this point, because I understand the process and I know why we follow that process. I'm just not sure I understand completely what the objectives behind this were and whether we've completely met them. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. I have a few clarifying questions. Is this up to 6 million, is that an annual amount, or is that for the duration of the 3 years?
That is for the duration.
Okay, great. And then each organization is up to 250,000.
That is correct, and we have 500,000 as a reserve if groups get to the top and need to extend.
Great. Okay. And then in terms of utilization, is it on a first-come, first-served basis from the departments or the council or whoever it is that needs their service?
Each department, including potentially your office, may want to put together a project scope, AKA a service agreement. And with that service agreement, we would help make sure when you're very busy that meets all the bells and whistles, and finance requests that we not go to single organizations, that we go to at least 3 to have a not complicated but response.
Okay. So is that something that we can say, oh, you know, these 3 could probably fit the bill. Here's the scope, and you let us know who's available, and, you know,
yes.
Is that, okay, great. Okay, and then the last thing is that I do understand that this is having a pre-qualified list that would streamline the process so that if you need someone immediately, boom, there you go. And I think that's a great thing to do. I know it takes a lot of time, so thank you. Thank you for putting this together. But that doesn't preclude any department who knows specifically that they have worked with this organization before, they have had successes, and they go through the other, much more longer process, knowing that it's going to take longer. And it just would take a lot of pre-planning from some of the environmental environmental services on Climate Smart or whatever it is that is needed for outreach. It would just be a longer process. Is that right?
Correct.
So it doesn't preclude any agency from going through the more traditional way. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for putting out the report. I wonder, is there help for some of these nonprofit organizations when they're just started or young comparing to the more well-established organization when they're applying for this?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So just want to remind what Lori had said. OED in the process went above and beyond what is required. We created a website which is can be viewed in Vietnamese or Spanish or English, or other languages too, actually. And there were at least 2 meetings, one in person and one online. Plus, we had staff numbers provided so that the opportunity was for people who were not or could be very familiar, but particularly those who are not familiar, to work with staff, ask questions, get some coaching before they submitted their approvals. And OED is all about trying to help small business, and these CBOs are small business. So we will continually look for ways to cooperate and support and build capacity, because that's just good for the city.
Thank you. And then on the bid dingo, is there a parameter where if a applicant did not fulfill some of these requirements, it would stop the application from moving forward.
No. And the problem or the process is, it is not staff's role to step in and say you're missing this or that. There is a process, and once it closes, the panels review what was complete. So we would not recommend, and I don't believe the attorneys would recommend, and certainly they can speak to, that we do any changes or check for compliance before proceeding.
Thank you. And some of these form that needs to be filled out, does it state clearly, is it a requirement, mandatory, necessary, or possibly?
Yes, Lori is sharing with me that there was a submittal checklist and RFP documents. We didn't include this, but it lists 7 documents that are specifically required, which include those that Vietnamese American organization, as well as the other 22 achieved.
And my understanding that it would be incredibly cumbersome if we restart the RFP, am I correct?
It would be very challenging, both in terms of, we've got, I believe Rosalind compiled a list of 12 to 15 very important outreach efforts that the city is moving forward in over the summer. Departments, Lori has coordinated with departments that are very eagerly awaiting the opportunity to cull CBOs from the approved council list if we get there. And so that would be very difficult for the departments who would not have access to resource in the time frame. And OED staffing is very challenged. So to go through this again, it is not necessarily a given that we'd be able to do that.
Okay, and what are your thoughts about mother in front recommendation?
Councilmember, do you,
score?
to lower the score?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Again, we believe this isn't anything against Mothers Out Front at all. It is that it would be dangerous to the overall RFP and bidding process should the city, after the fact, change the rules, which then could easily be pointed to in any other RF or bid process to say, you changed the rules here, why didn't you change the rules and allow this in the other instance?
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Torres.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Mayor. I know there's a robust conversation we have here regarding community outreach from our CBOs. So we know that this work is important. Our city can't do it alone, and most of the organizations I see here, right, they know our community, they've worked in our community, so it's so very important to have these community-based organizations out in the communities they know, right? So we can't do it alone, as I just mentioned. And so I am too particularly concerned with that mothers out front, but Nancy, you've explicitly said that they can receive some work from other departments, not necessarily within this list, but they can work in other departments to do community outreach. So that relieves some of the concerns that I have, because I really do think that Mothers Out Front does good work. And just like my colleague mentioned, climate change is extremely important, especially in our most under-resourced neighborhoods. And there is no, I know pretty much all the folks on the list, and there are none. There is no organization that deals with climate change in our city of San Jose on this list. So I know they didn't score too high on the list, but with your comments, I hope that we can make sure that Mothers Out Front does get some type of funding for whatever project that we may need. So, thank you.
Thanks, council member. I'm going to come back around. A couple colleagues have raised their hands again. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, just one more question. I'm just a little confused on this topic. I mean, we keep talking about the RFP process and the sanctity of the process and making an exception, which would be kind of unfair to the process or set a precedent. Obviously, most cases we do an RFP, we're looking for the single choice, right? We do an RFP, we go out to try for a contract, and in a lot of cases, and obviously when you're looking for the top scoring choice, it's not about some location of where a line is on points, right? It's about who scores highest. Obviously, I know there's some where you have multiple, right? You end up with multiple. How often are we talking about in the process where we're putting out a process and creating a list of potential, people, organizations or people who qualify?
Thank you for the question. The part I can answer, because I'm not privy to all the RFs, so I wouldn't know the specifics. I would mention that in August, there were, of the private entities, there were, Lori might remember better, there were several that did not make that cut. So that was consistent. What we're doing now is consistent with what we OED recommended and council approved on the prior. And there certainly are other RFs that have gone out, which creates a bench. So okay. I can't give you, unfortunately, the number.
There's some that are there to create a bench, but many of them are obviously a competitive process to hire 1 or 2 or 3 for very specific tasks, where whether there's 50 bidders or 6 bidders, there's a specific number you have to end up with, whereas this case didn't have a specific number we had to end up with.
That's correct. Logically, we would have, from the workload, stopped at 10.
Right, I understand that. But again, some of those other groups would still be getting contracts with the city, and that would potentially create workload for others. So, I mean, it's because they wouldn't necessarily have pre-qualified, and it wouldn't streamline it for them. I understand what you're saying, right?
We're just trying to shortcut by fulfilling all the rules, not inappropriately.
I understand.
But that is the standard process when folks want to hire.
And thank you for your comparison to last August. I guess I now regret I didn't ask all these questions then, because perhaps this conversation should have been held at that time about why it is that this pre-qualification was limiting the number. But I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it up to a colleague to make a motion then.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dewan.
Just one question to clarify. Some of the group was disqualified or unable to attain their particular score numbers. Did those group reach out to you? Do you have any documentation or stating that they actually attended the 2 Zoom meeting and 1 in person and reaching out for help?
Lori would be best to respond.
I would have to look at our sign-in sheets and the Zoom log to see if they particularly attended.
Well, with the 2 representation here, the mother in front and also VAO. So my thought is, if they actually reach out and attend the 2 Zoom meeting and 1 in person, then what was the hiccup? And if it isn't, then I guess if they didn't reach out, then it's on them, I guess, in a sense.
So we watched the video that was provided of one of the Zoom meetings and took detailed notes and felt that it was a very encouraging meeting. That's where they said, we hope as many of you as possible can get on this list. We followed it. I think they made it clear all the required elements. So we checked it off. We were very meticulous. Everything was asked for. We turned it in. We just didn't know how important it would be to have a San Jose business license. And I want to point out that it was meant to give points to add on to groups, not to disqualify them. So if we had gotten those 5 points for being local, which we are, and if we gotten the 5 points for being small, which we are, we would have made the cutoff. It wasn't like we weren't qualified. We were very close to the cutoff point. I also just want to address the fact that Ms. Klein said that it wouldn't be fair to the other CBOs to have the score threshold lower. I don't think that's the case. When I was a teacher, we had this analogy that was, if one kid in the audience or in your classroom is having a heart attack, You don't say, oh, it's not fair. I can't give them CPR because I can't give it to all the kids. Like, it doesn't hurt the other ones that the one who needs CPR gets it. And what I'm saying is I don't think it hurts any of those 22 CBOs for a few more groups to be added, especially when other groups have expertise that they maybe don't have. And I don't think it hurts the process to lower the threshold because that wasn't part of the process. It was an arbitrarily chosen mark. Finally, the fact that there may have been mistakes in the past or it was differently handled in the past doesn't mean it's not time right now. We could rectify that. I think this goal, and I think they was very well intentioned. I think it was fair and it was unbiased, but we did document in our protest letter the ways we did deserve more points, not for the small and local, we'll concede that, but for the reaching populations of interest and for the inclusive and collaborative process. And when they responded to the protest, they didn't address that and say, oh yeah, we see how you did that. So please, you have the oversight ability here to say, we would like to be more inclusive list. Let's not make ESD or CED go through the process. The climate change can't wait for that, and it would be a much smaller grant. So please use your power. Thank you.
Nancy, just a quick last question here. Is any of this group, is it common for any of this group actually fill out the application, and then go to your department and ask, am I missing something, or is there anything I can do to make my score better?
That is not allowed.
Okay, got it.
And not when you're inside the RFP process. And I have reached out to ESD and CED, and they don't have any intent to, as was shared with me, they don't have any intent at this time to contract. That was the information given to me earlier today.
Thank you, and again, I just want to say thank you to you and your staff for putting in enormous amount of work to make this happen. Thank you.
Just before I turn to my colleagues, Nancy, I do have a small process point that I think is important. In the tool that we use, Bidingo, is that what it is? Okay. Very hip. I just want to clarify, are we able to customize the form so that we can make clear what is required? Could be all fields, but such that people get some kind of notice when applying if they're missing something. I heard that in part of the commentary earlier that there was an incomplete application. The organization may not have realized that something was required or that it was missing. Is that something we can build into the process in the future? I know with some forms, for example, Google Forms, you can mark optional or required for different fields, and it won't let you submit unless you've included something for the required fields.
I don't believe we do, no, and I would turn to the attorneys and ask, I don't believe we would. Basically because if you're going through the process, and just to take you through another type of analogy, if we had a construction contract and we gave 2 or 3 bidding meetings, which we usually just give 1, then if the parties who attended that meeting did not put in the correct answer, or the correct documentation, they need to put in the correct documentation. They would not move forward in the public works, say, process. And for us to take on the responsibility of perhaps missing that we didn't catch someone who didn't fill in, that can't be, from just a workload point of view and in fairness, the city's responsibility. The attorneys may feel differently, but I think that would be very difficult for the city to try to step in and achieve.
Yeah, as you describe it, I agree. I think there's a difference, though, between having a required field and having it trip a flag in a form that says you're missing this attachment or you did not include an answer in this box. I mean, hopefully, I have not seen the form. I hope it was very clear, especially to organizations that are maybe for which English is a second language, for example. I just hope that the form and the process is extremely explicit about what's required and whether or not the appropriate things have been inputted into the form. I could see that tripping organizations up. That's my only point. I know when we do Google Forms for community things, we often make very clear this is required, this is optional, and there's a nice simple interface and setting for that. That's just why I raised the question. Something I just asked you look at in the tool is something to make sure it's really clear to everybody. Okay, we're back around, and I'm hoping we're going to get to a motion here. Councilmember Cohen.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, but I'm going to start it with an apology, Nancy. But the reason why we're here in the first place is because we didn't think the last process you went through caught all the things we needed to catch, and so we had a new process to catch the nonprofits and get them involved. The motion I want to make is to approve the list of pre-qualified organizations and do one more RFP to find at least one, if not multiple, organizations that can do climate outreach because of the importance of having somebody to do that climate outreach for the city in the years ahead.
Second.
Double whammy.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Nancy, can you comment on the ability for your office to do yet another RFP? I know we're losing some help in your office, so I'd like to hear from you about the possibility of doing that yet again. I don't take the RFP process lightly because I know it is a ton of work for staff. So I'm very concerned about having you go out for a third time.
Councilmember and Mayor, thank you very much for the question. It is a tremendous amount of work. I can't commit at this point that it would be the OED that would do this work. I don't know if there's access anywhere else. And again, I would remind you, there's the opportunity for Mothers Out Front in particular to partner with other CBOs to share in that would increase their capacity when there are those service orders, and looking at 3 that would increase the points because you're ticking the box of having very specialized work. And of course, depending on the contracting amount, the departments themselves, again, 10,000 or under, can go to direct, 50,000, I think, or possibly more, can go with 3 verbal and go through that process. So from an OED workload, that would be very difficult.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. If you'd be willing to amend it to just make it staff recommendation, I would be happy to support it. But I just think there's another opportunity for Mothers Out Front that won't cost us any more staff time that we don't have, and we can still, Mothers Out Front can still be, or any other environmental organization or CBO that would be able to do outreach can still do that with a much lower workload. We've already spent, I don't know how much staff time, but I'm guessing Lori does, on 2 RFPs. So I can't support the motion unless you're willing to amend it.
And Councilmember, I share your concern. I'm curious if you have, well, you have the floor, if you have any thoughts on potentially reducing the point threshold to get a few more orgs in to at least save the process time. It's not ideal, but it would be another form of compromise.
Nancy, is that even something that, I mean, I assume that when you're doing the RFP, you have the cutoff set up ahead of time as opposed to doing it in the back end. Can you explain how the cutoff works? Or I see Lee looking at.
I would defer to Nora to respond.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, whether at this juncture in time with the RFP process, if we can legally lower the threshold.
Not legally, but Johnny, you're, yeah. Daniel's been dealing with this, but I think the option is to start all over again. So, do you want?
Yeah, that's okay. Nora answered not legally. That's all I need to know. We don't want to do anything that's not legal.
Yeah, agreed. Great. All right. I don't see any other hands. I'll let the maker of the motion, if you'd like, share any.
Go ahead. I understand. I mean, I'm wondering if there's, a compromise language that can be put in there and sort of say next time, if in fact, for example, the Environmental Service Department is going out for to do this outreach and is trying to go out for an RFP to do the outreach because they don't have a group on the list that they think is appropriate for their work, that potentially that scope can be expanded to turn that into a pre-qualification so that they don't have to redo it at each time, so that it'll be a one-time thing for their department to get that outreach, somebody in outreach, so that we can actually have an organization. I mean, they may or may not be doing that in the next few months, but when they next do, turn it into this pre-qualification process so that they then have the qualified organization for any future neat work that they're doing.
I would again defer to Nora and/or Daniel.
Yeah, I'll address that. I mean, I think the point is well taken. However, that's not on the agenda tonight. I mean, we have this one very specific item. So if we're going to follow a direction to revise the RFP process, perhaps that's not at this time.
I understand. I wasn't implying advising the RFP process, but okay, I understand. But to find an avenue by which we can execute the spirit of what I was moving without necessarily putting it on this particular department to do it. But
which is to
have the RFP, an additional RFP for an organization to do climate.
And yeah, I mean, I don't have any other additional comments other than what's been expressed as far as opening up the process for the 3 bidders.
So presumably then the process would be like a separate rules memo to do that, and rather than do that here. So, why don't you make a substitute motion, Councilmember? I don't want to.
That's fine. I'll make a substitute motion moving the staff recommendation.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up?
I did. One of the concerns, I think, with some of the organizations who were not part of the 22 is that they're going to have to wait 3 to 5 years to be able to even pre-qualify again. Nancy, I was just wondering, that $6 million, will that $6 million take you to 5 years? Because you have it as an option. So I'm just wondering if it gets spent all up front. You're only going to have $500,000 left. If everyone were to max out, right? So I'm just wondering, like the timing of all this and whether or not making it shorter so that, okay, this would be for the 3-year period, see where we are. And I know it's an option that you put in here, but I was just wondering, does the $6 million take you to 5 years?
Thank you very much for the question. The $6 million has a buffer. We hope it for sure takes us to the 3 years, but we really won't know until hopefully your offices and all the other departments use it. If we're coming close and it's been really beneficial, we'd come back to council to do one of 2 things, either go out again or again in order to continue a good thing, extend the time frame. But that either one of those decisions would be a council decision.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much for that. Because I think that, maybe seeing how it goes and then, coming back sooner might be helpful. I do understand, the need for Climate Smart and the work that's done there. I do know that Breathe California does some environmental work, so there's one potential partner there. We'd love to have more, and I know that there is a process in which Climate Smart can also use Mothers Out Front to be able to do this. So with that, I support the motion.
Okay, great. Thank you to everyone for the robust conversation. Let's hear from Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. On that same spirit, I guess a question I would have for Nancy is, the 3-year period. Is there maybe, what are your thoughts on maybe, having like a check-in with the council, either through committee or through ourselves, of checking in maybe on an annual basis to assess whether, how many organizations are taking advantage of this pre-qualification process? Because, the concerns I share is, or that I want to share is the 3-year period of having this pre-qual list. Organizations sprout up, nonprofit organizations that are deeply rooted in our community sprout up, and that's a good thing. And I don't necessarily want to lock us in on a 3-year where we have this list for 3 years, possibly 5, without coming back to us to check in and say, hey, council, there's an opportunity to do this thing next year or the year after. It's an arbitrary number, but what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager. So I just wanted to remind the City Council that the City Manager's Office is doing a lot of work around community engagement. The Community Engagement Working Group has actually drafted a framework, and we're getting ready to bring that to Council this fall, early fall, probably the October timeframe. I would suggest that what we can do is actually report on all of our community engagement efforts, what organizations are being used on this list that gets approved by Council today, and report on that annually at the Community and Economic Development Committee.
Okay. Do we need to include that as part of the motion, or is that going to happen automatically?
It would be good to include that in the motion.
So if the maker of the motion, could I add that as a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Bottra voted yes. And for people who are just tuning in, Councilmember Bottra's computer is broken, so he is voting verbally.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you to staff. We're on to item 8.2, purchase and sale agreement for property located at 517 West St. John Street. I am thinking, by the way, I'll look to my colleagues for feedback, thinking we'll go until 6 and then take a short dinner recess. Does that sound okay, colleagues? Thinking to go until 6 and then a short recess for dinner? Okay, so we'll take up 8.2. We have a short staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. We have a Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, and I'm with Kevin Ice, who manages real estate on a day-to-day. I'm going to ask Kevin just to turn to the first aerial, just to give you a little orientation, and then Kevin will move swiftly through the presentation. The site that is, thank you, the site that we're talking about is a requirement to create a parking, at least a parking lot in the area that is red, defined on the aerial above. The piece of property we're talking about today is 517 West St. John Street. This is an opportunity that, or a requirement that has been in place for many years, and it's difficult, as you know, to go through both to gather the funds together, thank you DOT, and to move forward and reach an agreement. So this did not ultimately require going through the eminent domain process. We've reached an agreement with the property owner. It's a large component of the overall site that we need for parking, and so we're excited about moving forward on this particular item. With that, Kevin, please walk us through. Stop. Can you help us go back?
Sorry, can we go back to the beginning of the presentation, please? The clicker isn't working. So thank you, Nancy. My name is Kevin Ice, Senior Real Estate Manager in the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. So in October 2022, Council authorized staff to use the power of eminent domain to acquire 2 properties necessary to construct Lot E behind the SAP Center, 517 West St. John Street and 150 North Montgomery Street. However, staff were directed to continue efforts to negotiate for a consensual deal and avoid the court process. Court proceedings have been filed for both properties, but we've successfully negotiated a consensual settlement for one of the 2 properties, and that's 517 West St. John Street. Approval of the recommendations today will authorize staff to consensually purchase 517 West St. John, avoid the requirement for condemnation proceedings, which it's a costly process both for the city as well as the landowner. The recommendations also authorize staff to issue a letter affording the seller the benefits of a 1033 exchange and to pay all other costs to acquire the property, such as escrow costs and relocation benefits. So Nancy already covered the slide shown in red. That's the garage footprint, and we must assemble all of those properties. So to summarize the deal, the city would purchase the property for $5,100,000 or $268 a foot. The property is 0.44 acres and improved with a 10,000 square foot industrial building constructed in 1939 that houses the Thorson Tile and Stone business, as well as the Sharks. On-site due diligence will commence upon execution of a contingent purchase and sale agreement. Additional costs to acquire the property are estimated $10,000 in closing costs and up to $275,000 for relocation expenses to relocate Thorson Tile and Stone. And the Sharks have agreed to waive relocation benefits. With that, we just wanted to provide a quick overview of the transaction, and staff are available for questions.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. You have parking. It's hypocritical to tell us on the one hand that you need to reduce cars, you need to reduce parking spaces in certain parts of the city, which is primarily the east side. I mean, it's beyond hypocritical for you to tell us that, and then you're here building parking lots. Parking lots facilitate vehicle ownership. That's what they're for. And so we have to get to a point, either quit lying and quit conning the people, or just, try something else, man. But people are listening. It's embarrassing for me to have to confront you with this, because I don't want to do this. I want to work cooperatively. I want to work effectively in order to really make some concrete changes that are going to be beneficial to all members of our community. But when we have this kind of just flat out blatant hypocrisy, it has to be questioned. That's number one. Number two is that they got a pretty sweet deal. When the freeway went through and from Sasipuedes to the Horseshoe and everybody got displaced, there were no relocation costs. It was awful. It was awful. So the owners, I'm sure they're glad, they're grateful. They got a pretty good buyout. And yeah, the city was pretty generous on their end. Thanks.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Thank you. Councilmember Torres and I both want you to know that this is actually in Council District 6 now. But I think it was in Council District 3 when we started, Nancy, so
my apologies.
It's fair. And I just want to clarify, I don't remember if we've talked about this in closed session since everybody new has come on. We're doing this parking replacement because of the BART project, taking away parking, and so that we can continue to comply with the Sharks parking requirements agreement, right?
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0 with Jimenez absent.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Great, we're on to item, and thank you to staff. We are on to item 8.3, which is the proposed one-year extension of the Measure E real property transfer tax refund for qualifying nonprofit real property transfers. And this is a pilot program. There's no staff recommendation. Presentation. We will go to public comment.
Ruthie?
Hi, thank you. Do not extend this program. The nonprofits pay the nonprofits should pay taxes on all property transfers. If you only had one application and it's costly to maintain this program, then I think we should stop throwing good money after bad. It's counterproductive to reduce funding for development by excusing well-funded corporate-backed NGOs from paying the same transfer tax as any property owner. Thank you for this time.
Paul, followed by Blair. Paul?
Yeah, I'm here. Postal from the Horseshoe. This was an excellent idea. Whoever came up with this idea, thank you. This was an excellent job of government working with nonprofits to make sure that when they relocate or they acquire a property, that they're given that kind of benefit. You know, I'm tired of giving rich people money. They're fine. They are fine. They're not they're not destitute, or they're not like like poor. And so when we're giving tax breaks to these developers, but this one, it's a right combination of city government working with the nonprofits in order to facilitate the nonprofit's viability in the community. Now, you're going to need that viability in the community because this gentrification process that you guys have designed is going to accelerate. And that means there's going to be a greater demand on those nonprofits. And so those nonprofits need to be as solvent as possible. And this is one mechanism that makes that possible. So I just want to thank whoever's idea this was. Thank you very much.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks. Good luck. I was really impressed by the overall mediation process of Measure E. I hope that those practices can really develop a real good overall community dialogue in how to address issues and to address issues progressively. Smartly is a good first step. And then I think we're learning the added parts of this series of good progressive practices can help add to these sort of ideas and programs that I hope are of interest to ourselves, and that we want to take an enthusiastic, enjoyable understanding and effort to work towards those kind of ideas. So thanks a lot, and hopefully, I don't know the depth fully of this item, but it is that cooperative process that I hope we're going through right now that can lend itself to really good answers for this sort of item. Thanks.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Dewan?
I just want to make a quick statement. This should only apply to transfers specifically earmarked for affordable housing. All other property transfer for the purpose other than affordable housing should be required to pay into the Measure E, just like everyone else. Thank you.
That was a question, or you were just clarifying?
Just a statement.
Just clarifying. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Batra?
I hope there's somebody to answer a couple of questions on this for clarification.
Yes, I see Jackie and Rachel here. Do you want to ask your question? Just make sure we've got the right person.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Rachel's coming down.
Yeah. So the transfer tax, in this case, the nonprofit is the buyer, and the seller, isn't the transfer tax paid by the seller?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, this is Rachel Vanderveen, Assistant Director of the Housing Department. The real estate transfer tax is actually traditionally negotiated between the buyer and the seller. And so it can actually be a point of negotiation and go different ways just based on the parties and what they determine.
Okay. But the bottom line is, it's really coming out of the sales price, right? And that's the only money there is, right? Okay, so that's, I got your point. The second question is that, why do we need this program? Because nonprofit is being helped to buy the property anyways. You got multiple programs helping them get the money. Why administratively spend one more ounce of energy on it? And your analysis shows that you had, during the time, only one person applied after your extensive effort. And you indicate that the amount of administrative time being spent has not been all that productive. You're going to be making extensive outreach to find that. The nonprofit, if they're buying it, they're getting help, they don't need this additional program, and you are busier than anybody else in the world. You don't have any extra time to go and search for these people. When they're buying, and this is a big purchase they did, these are not uninformed nonprofit buying 151 unit apartments and all that. So I think this program might have been very well intentioned, but considering our resources of the city staff, and especially yours, you got many other things which are much more productive. I would say this pilot program, for 1 year you had it, should it not end now rather than extend it for another year?
Okay, there's a lot there.
It is a lot there, yes.
I would just say, first of all, there's really kind of like two portions to the program, so I want to kind of talk about them separately. Sure. So one is around the nonprofits, okay? And so really the reason that we put together the nonprofit piece was in response to very clear direction that we received from the mayor and council. So we were given specific direction to make that happen. The thought behind it was actually for nonprofits who were selling property. It was really important that they received the benefit of being refunded for the Measure E like cost or transfer tax. So I just want to make that clear first of all too. Like, it was intended, the nonprofit portion was intended for nonprofits who are actually selling property. We did not, during this pilot program, have any nonprofits take advantage of this refund. Now, secondly, there's a second part to the program, which is specific to organizations providing affordable housing. And so that is a piece that we definitely contemplated, and really that's where you're going to have developers, nonprofits, whoever it is who are doing affordable housing, securing sites for the development of affordable housing. So we also wanted to create a way for them to, it's kind of like, it's sort of recycling money, because they may end up getting some Measure E in order to do what they're doing anyway. But so there we wanted to just call that out. And again, they would just receive a refund. We did receive one request. The one refund is related to the affordable housing development piece. Yeah. And so, so that piece, we did have one request, and they've made it all the way through the process and will be receiving their refund in a couple of days.
Yeah, and affordable homes, we're trying to help them with the Measure E money and all other mechanisms. And City of San Jose is committed, state is committed, county is committed. Yeah. So we're going to make that happen.
So I guess I do want to answer your very direct question. I believe that this is a policy decision, and it is really up to the mayor and city council if you would want to extend this or not. I guess what we would like to just say is that we did not have a chance to do an extensive outreach to the nonprofits who may be thinking that this is still going to continue. So I don't have like really good feedback for you from those potentially impacted groups. However, this is a policy decision. The reason that the nonprofit portion of this exists is because we were given clear direction to do so.
Yes, so my observation and your writing in there indicates that this program, or the pilot, it was a pilot. If we don't continue and we focus our energy on trying to promote the affordable homes, help the nonprofits in doing what they do best, I think we will not be hurting anybody. In fact, we'll be probably doing better because you will have more energy and more resources to be able to guide those people, build the affordable homes and other things. So this is one program which I believe, based on what I read, could be easily eliminated in favor of doing all the other things which we are continuing to ask you to do. Okay? So my motion would be to deny extension.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. I'm not hearing a second at this time. Okay, I am hearing a second at this time. Let's see if we have any further discussion. And Rachel, just to clarify, is there any ongoing staff costs to maintaining this at the moment? I assume when a nonprofit comes forward, there's some staff time involved. We've had one case of that thus far. Actually, it wasn't the nonprofit, it was CORE,
It was, right.
the affordable housing developer that did.
It is just the staff time required to process new applications as they come in.
On a
and then
case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and then we also have to work with the finance department because then they need to go ahead and pull the money and do the refund and all that. So it takes time in the housing department and then also in the finance department.
Yeah, and if I remember, the logic at least was if a nonprofit's already, for at least the second part of the program, if somebody's coming in to do what substantively is one of the things we want to incentivize with Measure E, why put the money in a pot, put it into an RFP if we can just directly keep it associated with that property to subsidize that work of building affordable, or building or rehabbing affordable housing, essentially.
Correct.
More efficient was the thought, I think. It may not be in practice, but I think that was the argument.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of add to the conversation, regarding the affordable housing portion, because we are most likely having some sort of funding relationship with the future affordable housing development or acquisition, whatever it is, we do believe we could have other mechanisms to just make sure that that everyone is whole. I don't think that this is the only way to do that.
Okay, good to know. Councilor Davis.
Thank you. Rachel, I know just kind of generally that there hasn't been a lot of properties bought and sold this year. I mean, we're forecasting Measure E revenues to be down. And it sounds like it doesn't take much staff time to just extend this for one more year and kind of see what happens. We haven't had anyone take us up on the first part of it. And I know the thought, if I remember correctly from the conversations that we had, was that nonprofits are, generally tax exempt in general, and that they're doing things like, Goodwill comes to mind, where they're not building housing, but they're employing unhoused individuals. They're doing other things that are beneficial to the community, just for example, and they might sell property. And there are other nonprofits, obviously, that may be selling property maybe because they need to downsize for whatever reason. So in terms of extending it for 1 year, in case there's a case where that happens, does that actually take any staff time to just extend it? And if nothing happens, you're not using any staff time, is that correct?
Correct. We will put staff time in when we receive a request.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not inclined to support the motion on the floor because we haven't done any outreach to let the nonprofits know that we're not going to be extending this. I think there was probably an assumption that they would be extending, and if we're going to do away even with a pilot program, I think the best thing to do is to let people know and not do it at the last meeting, just without any kind of input. There are no nonprofits here to give us any input about whether or not they were expecting this program to continue and what the impact would be if it didn't. So I'm not going to support the motion on the floor.
Thanks, Councilmember. Okay, go
Mayor.
back. I saw Councilmember Batra. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I think the very fact that you said we do the outreach, that's exactly the thing I'm trying to prevent spending time on. Because there's nobody out there who's looking around for this thing. You have too many other things to help make the affordable homes happen. Why take on another outreach for another program to explain to the people? And maybe one or two may take advantage of it. So what's the harm in canceling this and focus all your other energy on trying to make other programs work? And we have lots of programs to make work.
Is that a question for Councilmember Davis or just a general
It's
statement?
a comment and a question, yeah, because she said that she's not going to be able to support it because it doesn't take staff time. I read here in the analysis published here, it says, administrative workload required to manage the program is disproportionate to the demand of the service as currently structured. So the very fact we are trying to protect is the one you're saying it doesn't take anything. It's inconsistent. So I think the desire to keep it alive for a year makes absolutely no sense when we have lots of other things to do. So
Councilmember
I would
Davis, do you wanna
continue to
respond?
maintain my motion.
Okay, I'm going to let Councilmember Davis respond.
You're obviously you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not suggesting that there needs to be outreach about the program. I know nonprofits are well aware of the program existing. What I'm saying is, if we were going to do away with it, I would want to let some folks know that we were going to do away with it. And in fact, I think it will cost more work to do away with it now, because not only would all of us need to be talking to nonprofits, the housing department would need to be talking to nonprofits to do some outreach to let them know that we actually did away with this. So that was the point I was making, not that there needs to be outreach about the program existing. I think it's well known.
So Mayor, it was a one-year pilot program. Nobody said it will be continued. And hence, anybody who is under the impression that it's continuing is really under the impression a misnomer, because a pilot program is meant to be evaluated and to be continued only when it makes sense. So if somebody has some wrong expectation, maybe it is time to go and correct them. But the purpose of having pilot programs is exactly to evaluate them at the end of it and figure out if they should be continued. So that's hardly a justification that some of the people have expectation about it. So we should continue an ineffective program.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember. Look, I think it's a value judgment each of us has to make as to whether or not we want more data. As Councilmember Davis pointed out, this is a year where we're seeing far fewer real estate transactions. You have to decide whether or not 1 year of data is enough to evaluate the effectiveness of the program. The logic for the program, to me, felt fairly sound, at least when it came, on both halves, really. The idea that, one, you've got nonprofits providing critical human services, generally they're tax exempt. Is this an area where we really want to increase the cost to them or allow them to retain those funds to provide services in our community? Certainly you could make arguments on either side. That was the logic, though. And the second, in particular, you have somebody coming in to build affordable housing, which is one of the primary goals of Measure E. Seems a little silly to take money out of that transaction only to then put it back into the market, potentially with a 2-year lag, given that construction costs are escalating every single year. It is less efficient to pull it out and RFP it 2 to 3 years down the road when your cost of construction is going up 8% a year. So the logic, there was a logic there. Now, whether or not we have enough data to say it's working or not after 1 year is kind of a judgment call we each have to make. All right, I'm going to go to Councilor Candelas next.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the zeal and the passion of my council colleagues speaking to this, but I think we should always be encouraging the public, and we should always be encouraging outreach, not less of it. More people informed of policy and of decisions that their council members and their representatives, appointed or elected, make is a good thing for public transparency and the public trust, ultimately. And I too want to take a line from the report, because I did do my reading, and it's important to consider the potential impacts on the discontinuation of the refund program, it's important to consider the potential impacts on racial equity. Furthermore, we should be reassessing the program, but the outcomes will prioritize extremely low-income communities of color through city council directed through the program. So I fear that if we discontinue the program too early, which is what the current motion on the floor is, we're missing out on the opportunity to truly see the efficacy, and to the mayor's point, whether this program is working as originally intended. So I am inclined to make a substitute motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
And there you go. So, but again, I think my council colleague Zeal, and I appreciate, the fact that he wants to, move our city forward. But I think we making that decision now with the lack of outreach and the lack of information on the people who are potentially affected is poor public policy, and that's why I had to make the substitute motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember. There was a lot of zeal around the second as well. I think was it Ortiz who got it? I don't know. I heard shouting down at that end of the dais. Okay. Honorary second for Davis. We're going back to Councilmember Dewan.
Well, I'd like to motion for a friendly amendment that if a project is approved under Measure E, then they should qualify for this funding, but if they're not, then they should pay taxes like everyone else.
I'm sorry, can you just restate that again?
If a project qualified for Measure E fund, it would be exempt from paying into Measure E taxes. But if not, then they should be paying taxes just like everyone else.
I would just say that a staff response to that would be, in general, I think what that would mean is that there's two parts to the exemption. There's the nonprofits selling property for human services, and then there's the affordable housing purposes. So most likely what would happen in that case is that the nonprofits providing human services would not qualify for the refund, whereas the affordable housing portion would, in general.
I agree with that, and I'm looking for a second on that.
Well, we have a substitute motion on the floor. You're, I think, asking Councilmember Candela if that's a friendly amendment that he'd like to accept.
Yes.
While I appreciate the wanting to solve issue, I think we're overcomplicating our program, and I don't think that's necessary at this point. Again, we haven't had the time to assess this program with the way we have it, and so adding another hurdle for the community to understand what's a loophole, what's not, it's too complicated, and I think it's a disservice to the staff, to the city, to the residents, frankly, if we do that. So I will have to reject the recommendation. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I don't think it's complicate things when if a nonprofit or qualify under affordable housing, then they get exempt under housing, but if they're not, then they have to pay the taxes. It's a very simple analogy, and I think any constituent out there that are fiscally responsible and follow the rules would understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, but no.
Okay. Councilmember Torres.
No, great. Thank you so much for the robust dialogue from my colleagues. But I, as a first-year council member, wasn't here when this pilot program got launched. I definitely want to see it continue, as there haven't been enough transactions to actually measure the pilot program. So I'm going to be supporting the sum motion that my colleague Candela's motion for. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Foley.
I'm going to have the final word on this. I've gone back and forth on this issue, and Councilmember Batra, I seconded your motion, or I don't know if I was the one credited for seconding your motion, and I really appreciated where you were going with that. I do also appreciate Councilmember Candelas and his motion, so I'm conflicted. But I think we need, I feel that we do need to notify the nonprofits that this program is going to sunset if it's not utilized. And to do that today without notifying them ahead of time is a disservice to the outreach that we normally like to do and that we like to credit with ourselves with doing well. Sometimes we're successful with that outreach and sometimes we're not, but sitting here and saying we're going to deny something that came through that should be extended, everyone's assuming we're going to extend it today, they're not on the alert that this is something we might be doing, which is to unwind it completely. Even though only one organization has used it, which to me isn't a success, but that also may mean there's not that we need more time to get the word out, to do some outreach, to at least see if there's any need for this program and then reassess it in a year. So if you'll accept a friendly amendment, have the program sunset in a year, after analysis? Or is that a no too?
No. I appreciate the recommendation, Councilmember Foley. I fear that if we default to it's going to end. Well, it actually wouldn't be a bad idea, because if the program is intended and our outreach is adequate, then we will hear from the community, and we will know whether it's needed or not. And I think that's a decision we should weigh. And so I'm inclined to support your amendment. I'm curious to hear what my seconder has to say.
Yeah.
Before I fully accept, but I'm leaning. But I want to hear from you, Councilmember Davis.
All right. Thank you for thinking about it.
I would suggest amending the amendment to say that we have it come back to Councilmember Foley's committee for a report before it sunsets, to actually see what the results are and to have a discussion with that committee, and that committee can make a recommendation for whether or not to sunset. That way it comes back to the council for a vote on the sunset, but it comes to your committee for a more fulsome discussion.
That makes sense to me, and I will note this is the second item going back to CED and adding to our work plan for next year. So
see, that's why you shouldn't do your work plan before the end of the break.
Thank you.
I'll accept that amendment. I'll accept that amendment to give Councilmember Foley's CED committee more work. Thank you.
Great, so we've modified the motion, and the great news is we will now all be very aware of this program when it comes back to us in a year and be able to make an informed decision. Okay, let's vote.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, okay, we are past 6 o'clock. We're going to recess for dinner until, let's call it 6:35. Does that give everybody enough time? All right, 6:45. See you all at 6:45.